Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry for the short little delay, little issue with Zoom this morning. So I want to thank everyone who has submitted their canvases. A few more than 100 of you have submitted for our prizes this morning. So we did receive a number of emails from some people that were having issues either with the download or they were trying to edit the document directly, and a lot of panicked emails of not being able to access. So for those who have submitted the canvas by 10 o'clock this morning, those are going to be in the prize pool for our prizes from Unit City and from iHub. But for any of those that are interested in either DMemes incubation and acceleration program, which will be running next week, or any of the other partners, because of some of the issues, we're going to extend the deadline for those submissions to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you were having any issues, the link, you need to download that document to your desktop and work from that form from the desktop. Because if we share the editable rights to it, then everybody is going to be editing over the top of everybody else. And obviously that doesn't work very well. So hopefully that is all clear. I want to now admit Maxime.
Good morning.
Good morning, Maxime. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again.
Long time no see.
Yeah. So yesterday's conversation on ideation, we talked a lot about validation. So your session is going to be on rapid validation. You gave a little introduction yesterday, but for anyone who wasn't with us, if you want to give us a quick little intro, let us know anything that you've got going on, either through Founder Institute or anywhere else that you want to let people know about, and then let's jump into the session.
First of all, let me introduce myself. For those who haven't been with us yesterday, my name is Maxim Moneta. I'm a founder of a platform called Startuppers Online and the local leader for Founder Institute, the accelerator. And just to wrap up what we spoke about yesterday, that idea validation is just not one piece of thing we do. It's not a separate process. It's the thing that you start from your pre-idea stage and you continue until you already start to know things. So basically, it's touching customer development, analysis of competition, revenues, everything bit by bit. So also what we spoke about yesterday, that when you've got an idea, you start to make your hypothesis. And today I'd like to make an example of like a fitness app, for example. I want the application to connect coaches with people who train. And my assumption is that I have people 25 to 45, male and female, living in the area. And we have this great idea and thought that, all right, we will not let users pay, we will let coaches pay some margin based on what they get. So we get set of those hypotheses, but idea validation is about taking those ideas and try to measure them to the real ground, like to the real world, before we go full speed with product, investors, and other stuff, or even on first stages when we already move developing our product. So basically, it all starts on pre-idea and goes up to when you have like ready functional product. And this process evolves, but already in different aspects, but it starts on pre-idea. And basically, idea validation is a process of gathering evidence around ideas through experimentation to make fast, informed, and de-risked decisions. So for example, in this case, if we take the idea of this fitness app, what's our risk? Of course, there could be another app. There could be another channel, how coaches find the customers. There could be too big price for too high customer acquisition, which will not give us opportunity to market, and other things. And we have to analyze them as early as possible and as deep as possible on the information we have before we release something that we can already sell or present to people. So I've tried to organize this a bit to make today's discussion, because we're quite short on time, so to just make a brief list of steps I would do, for example. So idea validation is a wide topic, and everybody, every company, every person from startup world has own idea validation framework, but mine looks like 9 items as I listed. So the first thing, and of course, always list all these hypotheses, so you know what you test against. It's like in science, before you shape up the document and list all the details you know already and all the questions you have, it's hard to answer them and then to properly accommodate the information you've got. So the first step to try out how this would work, I would always highlight the free or cheap ways how to check if your product has any interest from the market. And it's pre-order, pre-sales, get informed buttons. So it could be landing page, could be another type of collection of interest. In case of if it's physical product, you could list on Amazon, OLX, whatever platform where you could advertise and see if there is any response or views and so on, just to give a small try, like free of charge. I always start with simple landing page and try to pitch myself to customers immediately there, as I would have a ready full-scale product, but without lies. So just, we're developing this and this thing, and you could enroll early. Sometimes it gives good results. Sometimes it doesn't give anything, but it all depends on type of product and if we guessed where we hit with this landing page or advertisement. So that's a first and easiest way to just test. If you think you have the best idea in the world who would everyone buy and needs immediately, I would start with this one just to get a little bit less optimistic and start working. And work starts with competitive analysis. So second item in my list. And well, of course, you cannot really talk about the market ideas and products without knowing what's surrounding your idea. So this could be traditional channels, how people get this service that you offer. There could be some innovative services that are not so popular, and this gives you a lot of information. As we spoke yesterday, you could even contact them and ask how is it going, or those ones who failed already with a similar idea, you could also reach them out and try to get some insiders why did it fail. And also, of course, successful competitors. You could check their business model, how they get their revenue, what's the pricing model, what the markets they're operating in, why, and summarize this for yourself. Next item in my list is research and test demand. So once you know your competitors, you already done your simple landing pages, then of course you just continue, go deeper into your research and test demand. And testing demand always needs some call to action stuff. There shouldn't be some long questionnaires that you address to your customers. There should be something simple like buy button. And you have buy button and it works, then basically you've done already a good job. If you have a lot of people visiting, checking out your product, but nobody hits this button or inform me later or something like this, then it means that you have work to do and you have to understand why this happens. Then, of course, research yourself is one thing, but there is already plenty of experts and people with experience in this niche that you're aiming to on the market. So you don't have to sit alone. You can always talk to investors, because most of investors of later stage, they are focused on some kind of segment. So they already know about this business. They maybe don't know the details, the special feature of your exactly product, but they know how the market works in this niche. And later stage investors are quite open to speak to early stage founders, because that's the way you build up a relationship. You start early just by talking, introducing, without even aim to get money, which makes communication a bit easier. And then you get really valuable insiders. Same for mentors. In all the programs, like in Demium, in Founder Institute, in other accelerators, incubators, there is a big bunch of experienced mentors from all over the globe who would gladly tell what's the reality on the market. They don't have a reason to lie. They already achieved something more than early stage startups. So they would simply give you the really priceless info about what challenges they had on this kind of market and what challenges you would have now. But they would probably even help you in later stage to get some better contacts if you would need to advance your project, if you've done your work. So talk to investors and mentors. Next in my list is to define the customer segment to talk to in the beginning, because the global market is an aim for most of startups, right? Or at least a big piece of global market. But every big market consists of small markets and niche. I would always recommend, while you validating your idea, to break down as much as possible your audience and your markets to the smaller pieces and assess them one by one, because most probably they would have a totally different reality. For example, making a fitness app in USA, making a fitness app in Ukraine, making a fitness app in Spain could be 3 different stories for 3 different businesses with different financials. And not only from the perspective how much money people can pay or you could earn, it's about how you in future you will build up your go-to-market strategy and how you find your market fit. But by checking those smaller markets, I'm not talking about USA, but something more exact, like if you focus more narrow from 25 or 45 male and female, you start to break it down to like youngest, mid, not that young audience from your short gap, and then you analyze their demands, why they use the service, would they use the app or not, because as we spoke yesterday as well, for some applications and services, customer could be more aged. So it means that it will decrease the demand of technical solutions like fancy app with one button and so on. So like go deeper into segmentation of the market when you analyze all those stuff. Of course, the next thing is the thing that I'm supposed to say first, because you should talk to your customers or potential customers, because nobody else would actually give you understanding if you're real or not with your service. Of course, this is a complicated process because you could hear, as well as we discussed yesterday, some positive feedbacks without the real will to buy your service. And sometimes they would say they would buy, but when you come with a ready product, it doesn't happen because most probably you didn't assess it that deep. But if you've done this work before and already prepared yourself, and when you talk to customer, you know whom you talk to and why and what questions you have, then it will bring your journey further. Because without talking to potential customers, there is nothing to do with idea validation, because these are people who would actually bring you all the information, all the income, because investors don't bring you income, they bring you money to get to customers, nothing more, but customers really bring the profits. So of course you cannot just sit and do your cool stuff without even talking to people for whom you're doing this, customers first. So then there's another item that is normally not present in most of the idea validation frameworks, but I love it because it's a milestone. It's a really important one. It's predict the share of interested. So if you assume that your audience is, like in this example, 25, 45, who are going to gym, and you counted that in your local market is like 100,000 people. And after talking to them, 9 out of 10 said that they are fine without a personal trainer. Then basically it would not be efficient for you to try to change this habit until you invent some really cool approach, and they would answer yes. So this narrows your market even smaller, and then you know what kind of market share you aim to. So it is good. your customer. So after you could predict the share of potentially interested people, you could start this early rough estimates of checks per customer or the ways of how you monetize, and basically getting the first hints of your business model. Because when you have only like idea as the hypothesis, you know nothing about how the financials work, and at this stage you couldn't really get the real numbers. But as early as you start predicting them and going down into details and trying to make them more real till the later stage, the more historical information you would get, how real you were getting while learning your own product idea and inspecting the market. So I would recommend to put all those later things on already here into account, because maybe you would get some inputs from competitors, mentors, and all the other channels that I mentioned earlier. And of course, if you could estimate the check, you could start thinking how real it would be for you to actually get these customers on board. And in future, it will transfer to customer acquisition cost and, of course, monthly recurring revenue. So, of course, the things I mentioned, they are later stage. But as early you put guesses while validating the idea and try to get as much information about this, the more money you save for future, the more energy you could concentrate already for exact questions, not guesses later on. Anyway, the development of new products and new ideas, it's always guessing. But if you do your homework, your guesses start to be facts in the closer future. So it's like scientific iterative process of validation of any hypothesis is a loop. So it never goes off, and it consists of 5 steps. Analyze the job or hypothesis, choose your tests, administer the tests, I mean, create them, invent how to do them, relate the test and the criteria. So when you got the answers and you, for example, use the Google Forms, and sometimes answers look weird, like they don't really directly answer your question, then you could analyze why it happened, why people answer so, and how to use the inputs you've got, as an example. Then cross-validate and revalidate. It means that you go over and over in cycles, improving your questions, improving the ways you ask questions. Like buy button is the best way to ask your customers if they would buy, like pre-sales as well, and so on. But not all of the products have access to luxury of testing your audience like this. So idea validation is partially creative process, but I see it as the really important and interesting routine you should really focus on early stage. So after you've got your idea with plenty of colorful balloons of like how to fly up and be a successful global and impact startup, then you have idea validation, which will be like to test every balloon if they are with helium or not. So that would be my comparison how I would get it there. That's in brief about idea validation. Don, I don't think I have to deepen into this stuff because it's just a framework today.
All right, then there shall be no bludgeoning today. All right, so I mean that's kind of a lot to pack into a very short period of time. I think in a nutshell, obviously validation is important, like we talked about yesterday. Just to recap, everyone, I literally have not heard a startup team tell me, okay, we're going to launch this crappy thing and see what happens. It's always, no, we just need a couple of more days. We need this button better. We need, and you can't wait. You're not going to burn so many customers that if somebody sees your really crappy landing page or something, that it's going to hurt your brand for life. If that's the difference, that they're not going to remember you in 3 weeks or a month or 5 months when they see you again, and it's shiny and great. So test.
And another thing we mentioned yesterday about the community manager, for example, it was just one small detail, but it gives a hint that basically keeping communication with early adopters is important even on later stage. So if you start early, you have a okay average landing page, but you did not disattract people, so they stay with you even they didn't buy something. It would be really cool to talk to people who saw your beginning of story and they were interested in your product, like potentially, and then you talk to them like within half an hour or half a year. And you see the difference, how they see your product. That would be a really valuable information if you get it in quantities, of course.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can go ahead and close off there. Anything else you want to mention on FI or
Of course. First of all, I want to thank you and Demium and USF for this great opportunity that we have a great collaboration with logos above your head. A lot of, basically most of the ecosystem players. And I'm glad that Founder Institute could join this event and the ecosystem in general, because it's the accelerator that is popular in US and all over the world, but it was not present in Ukraine. Finally, we're here. So I hope we'll do a great job to help out a lot of startups, and I hope for future collaboration with Demium and other players of the market. Likewise. Let's be a team. Let's be a pure example how startup ecosystem works. Let's be friends, do cool projects, and do many exits.
Perfect. All right. Thanks for joining, Maxime.
Have a nice day. Talk to you.
All right, so now it is actually my turn. You haven't really gotten much of a chance to hear from me yet. Not enough anyway. So I am going to share my screen. Let me change this real quick. And can you confirm you're seeing my... All right. So the topic that I want to talk on is TamSam SOM. And I mentioned yesterday in the welcome that this has become one of my favorite topics because it's something that I talk so much about with so many different teams, because so many people get it so wrong. And hopefully you'll see what I mean there in a minute, and I can almost guarantee you're making the same mistakes. So to dive into TamSam SOM, the acronym that hopefully most all of you are aware of is total addressable market for TAM, service available market for SAM, and service obtainable, or sometimes you'll also hear share of market for SOM. Another term you'll hear thrown out is PAM, or potential market. And this I'll talk about very briefly. Is when we talk about TAM, normally you're presenting what you can achieve in 3 to 5 or maybe even 6 years' time. Because if you're starting out as a startup, your SOM is inherently zero. You have 0 customers, you have 0 revenue. So how can you actually show that you are going to be a big player in the market? You have to be thinking in the future. So if you're thinking in the future 5 years for your SAM, then why are you putting this potential 5-year market and then the TAM? It doesn't make sense, because anyway, so let's just stick with TamSam SOM. And I want to give an example that hopefully walks through and illustrates this. And the way that I want to approach this workshop is you are all now investors. And so you're going to work along with me. You're going to assume, just like investors that I work with and incubators that listen to pitches all the time and USF, you're going to sit on our side of the table for the rest of this. So you have a project that comes to you, and they are an athletic shoe project. And more specifically, I am from Portland, Oregon. So we'll talk about Nike because, well, it's Nike's hometown. And so we're going to do the TamSam SOM for Nike. And so let's do some quick calculations. And this is the way that I would say 80% of the canvases that or the pitch decks that I look at, this is the way their TamSam SOM is done. So take out your calculator and follow along with the logic that I see used all the time. So if you Google search world population, you will get figures back from 7.7 billion up to 8 billion. So we want to be conservative, like every startup is going to tell you they're being conservative. And we'll say 7.8 billion people on the face of the planet. And let's say that, well, 97% of them have feet. And so that means that we're going to times 7.8 billion by 0.97. And we have a TAM of 7,566 million people on the planet. That is an amazing TAM. And we have the most amazing distribution network for our project. We're using drones with a 3,000-mile radius. And from our 12 operational hubs around North America, Europe, and Asia, we can distribute to 80% of the population. So our SAM, our share of market, is 80% of the TAM, which means that our product could potentially get in the hands of 80% of 7. So let's do the math here, times 0.8. All right. So that means that our SAM is roughly about 6 billion people. This is amazing. So our shoes are so phenomenal compared to anybody else, compared to all the other entrenched competitors that spend millions and millions on marketing. Our shoe is amazing. And so we're going to get 38% of the market. So we're going to go times 0.38. So our SOM, our share of market, so very conservative because we rounded down on the population, and 80%, actually the drones can go farther. It's probably more people we can reach. 2.3 billion people is what our share of market is. So do you want to invest in our project? So that is honestly the way that most people develop their TAM, SAM, SOM. Here's the problem. If we're assuming that our product, shoes, and our target customer is people with feet, we're forgetting that there's a whole lot of people that have zero interest in athletic shoes. So you have to be looking at a subset of a subset of a subset. You can't be looking at this very broad and generic thing. Another example is if you are an application that helps to facilitate a sales process or facilitate something. So let's say it is you are a KYC solution for banking, and banking services, it's a $1 trillion industry. And so our TAM is, no. You are a subset. You are only a part of that total market valuation. And so you have to start with your TAM as only your competitors. You have to assume if every single customer on the planet in 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time buys your product and is your customer, that is your TAM. So the way that I want you to think about this, and the way that I want you to look at this, is you have to think of the total global sector. So if we're talking that every product and service is a subset of something else, then we have to think of what the total segment is, and then the key segment, and then finally get into your TAM, SAM, SOM. So an analogy that I do like to use on this that I think is quite helpful is think of your product or your project as chocolate ice cream. You are only chocolate ice cream. You are not vanilla. You are not popsicles. You are not anything else. So when you look at your product, whether you're a SaaS service, whether you're actually a physical good, it's a subset of something else. An iPad is a subset of tablets, which is a subset of computers, which is a subset of, you have to narrow down to get to your actual TAM. So if I put this into the framework that everybody uses of TAM, SAM, SOM, so the global sector for chocolate ice cream is frozen desserts. So we're going to eliminate all cakes. We're going to eliminate cookies. We're going to eliminate tiramisu, which I love. And we're only focusing on frozen desserts. If it's not frozen, it is not a competitor. If it is not a dessert, if it's a frozen dinner, it is not a competitor. It is only frozen desserts. So a subset of frozen desserts, because there's gelatos, there's the whole range of frozen desserts, and you are not part of that whole range. So when you do your research for your TAM and you Google search, what is the total amount of frozen desserts? No. Okay, fine. What is the total amount of ice cream sold? Nope. Because it's not the total amount of ice cream, because that includes mint and strawberry and vanilla and the other 8 billion other flavors of ice cream that there are. And you have to focus simply on what is it that you are selling? What is your product? What is your service? Subset. If literally every potential customer that you have in 3 to 5 or 6 years' time is buying your product, what is that total amount of revenue? So if it's slightly different and that's something else that somebody is buying, or it's a complementary service that somebody is buying, that doesn't matter. It's only chocolate ice cream. So your TAM for your industry or your particular product is chocolate ice cream. Now, geographical reach is another way to think of SAM. When I used the drone delivery, that is one analogy of a physical way of a service attainable market is geographical region. Another one, which is most common, is language. So if you are launching an application or a website or whatever your service is, and it is only available in Ukrainian and Russian and English, then your service attainable market is only the markets that speak Ukrainian, Russian, and English languages, which, by the way, excludes, carry the one, little over 75% of the population. It's actually a very small subset. Actually, it's less than that. It's 80%, more or less. So when you look at these really big numbers, we're going to, the European market. Okay, but what about the language? What about can you actually sell your service in Poland and Norway and Denmark or is it only in the countries that are specific? And I work with a lot of projects. We actually narrow down further. When they look at their potential customers, they don't focus on countries, they focus on cities and forget about the entire country because that's their market strategy. So if they're only targeting Berlin, London, Paris, Kiev, then your service addressable market has to be narrowed down to the country, the customers, or that are in those cities, not in the whole country. So you see that this actually keeps shrinking down and down and down and down. And then there's the question of what is your service obtainable market, or share of market is an easier way of saying it, of all the competitors that are out there. And don't fool yourself. You are not a unique service or business that nobody has ever thought of. So you can't say nobody else exists. We have no competitors. You're fooling yourself. So of all the other competitors that are out there, what is the share of market that you are going to get? And so this is the breakdown. And so chocolate ice cream, it's a little bit of a silly idea, but hopefully it really makes it very clear as to how you should be breaking this down and how you should be evaluating it and thinking of it. So, okay, what is your share of market? What should it be? And something that we hear, unfortunately, all too often is, well, if we just had 1%, because 1% is a small number and that's really easy to get. And whoever you are pitching to is going to immediately lose trust and faith in you because it's a cop-out answer. What they want to hear is that according to our validation, we talked to so many potential customers, 53% of them were positive, breakdown. Thereby, we think that we're going to get 7.63% of the market. And if you can give a rational explanation of why you came up with this number, which is a percentage, because SAM is a percentage of TAM, SOM is a percentage of SAM, what the percentage you came up with, then okay, fine, we're going to buy that. But if you just pluck, hey, 1%, because wrong answer. The prime example of this is DuckDuckGo. If we look at global search as far as an industry, there are a lot of players in the global search industry. Google just happens to be the Goliath in the industry. DuckDuckGo has been in the industry for 12 years. They have a value proposition that they do not track you. And a lot of people don't like being tracked. They're actually very fearful of it. And I happen to like Google as a search engine, and I have an Apple iPhone and I use Google with my other devices. And for an example, I was having a conversation with a friend about Turkey, and an hour later, as I was searching something, the banner ads that came up were for trips to Turkey. Now, that's a little big brotherish that magically a conversation that I had not searching all of a sudden shows up in a banner ad. DuckDuckGo, they are against that. They're contra. But after 12 years, they have 2.5% of the search engine market. So it's really, really hard to get big numbers. And if you say 30%, it's almost impossible to get numbers that big. And if you are that big, you really, really, really have to have a strong argument for why you think you're going to possibly be able to get that big of a market. So 1%, just please don't, because it's just bad. So I am looking for, I have to find here, bear with me. So for our, the next thing that you have to, well, not have to, the next thing I encourage you to consider is when you're evaluating TAM, SAM, SOM, for your own use, think of the adoption curve. So your SOM, you're actually thinking the peak of your adoption curve. You've got the most number of customers that you're going to have is one way of evaluating it, or the other, like I said, is 3, 5, 6 years out what you're looking at it. But as you're building and growing and scaling, your innovators and your early adopters, which are typically who obviously you're going to collect first, it's a very small group. And then those, after you cross the chasm and you're dealing with the early majority, that's when you finally get up to that SOM number. So do keep that in mind when you're coming up with it. And if what you share with an investor is, hey, we think our SOM is going to be 0.5% in 3 years' time, but in 6 years, this is what it's going to look like. Totally fine. And we can buy that. But if it's too unrealistic, then it actually reflects bad on you. So what are the problems with TAM, SAM, SOM? First, there's no universal terms. Where I started out with, okay, what exactly is TAM? Are we looking at 3 to 5 years in the future and picking that point? Are we looking at the numbers today of what the total market is? And well, logically, we can't because you're starting out. You have no, so you're going to be 0.000, a whole lot of zeros for your SOM. So we have to be looking future. But how far into the future? 10 years, 5 years, 3 years? Nobody knows. So there's not universal agreement on what we're even talking about. And it's impossible to calculate. It's impossible to actually know what the TAM is, what the total sales are. And that's what we're worried about, is the sales, the revenue that is in your market. no investor ever has 3-5 years later said, hey, you know what? You were totally wrong on what you pitched to me 5 years ago. It's impossible to calculate. It's impossible to validate. And again, nobody is going to check. So if that's the case, why does it matter? And so why I had you bearing with me is, before I answer that, so if none of you are familiar with Van Halen, Eddie Van Halen, known as one of the best guitarists, late 70s, early 80s band. Let's talk about Van Halen for a second. Let's go away from Tam Tam Som, talk about Van Halen. So all artists, musicians, actors, they have contract writers. And so when they're going to a new city or a new venue, we'll stick with Van Halen, they're going to Berlin for a concert, or they're coming to Kiev for a concert. They have a contract writer that stipulates all these things that are going to happen. Our hotel room is going to have silk sheets, and in the dressing room, we want champagne and all these things. And it's common for any entertainer or speaker to have these contract writers. So Van Halen was one of the first rock groups to have these huge stage theatrics. Early 70s, 60s, bands just got up on stage and they played. Van Halen had as many as 9 semi-trucks full of moving stage equipment and lights and pyrotechnics. And it was a very complex stage set. And they were kind of the first in that. And so with all these things that they had going on, this contract writer, jumping back to that, you can see up at the top here, this is page 40 of their contract writer. And they've got, in the dressing room, cheese trays and vegetables, cauliflower, carrots, tomatoes, just a bunch of stupid details. And in Munchies, they want potato chips with dips and pretzels and M&Ms. And by the way, warning, absolutely no brown M&Ms. So the question that I have for you is, what did Van Halen have against brown M&Ms? And the answer is nothing. Like I said, they had a lot of complicated stage equipment. They had a lot of things that had to be set up, and pyrotechnics and different things. And if something went wrong, it literally put their lives in jeopardy. It was their health and safety that they were worried about. So the first thing that Van Halen would do when they got to a new concert venue is they would go into the dressing room and they would look around and they would see what was in the dressing room. And if they saw that there was a bowl of M&M chocolate candies with brown candies, they knew the contract had not been fully read. And so they went then and did a double check on everything that had been set up on the stage. But if they went into the dressing room and saw this bowl of candy missing brown M&Ms, they knew, hey, these guys have been really thorough. They have gone through and they have double checked everything. And if they were that careful that on page 40 of our contract writer, they knew to pick out the brown M&Ms and just leave the blue and red and green and yellow ones, then we don't have to worry. So the word for this is proxy. When you use one thing to define another. And I believe, this is my personal opinion for being in the startup ecosystem for a long time, that Tam Tam Som is an amazing proxy for how well everything else is done in your project. And that's a really, really big statement. But like I said, you guys are going to be investors. And so right now, let me get my phone again. Okay, I just sent every single one of you $250,000 of my own cryptocurrency, by the way. So it'll be showing up on your phone any second now. So you all now have $250,000 and you're going to invest in one of the following projects. And so I want you all to put your investor hat on. And follow me along on these projects as to which one of these you are going to put your $250,000 in. Now, again, when we're talking about investors, typically when you're going to investor, you're going to a VC and they're pooling funds together. And as we mentioned yesterday, they need to see the possibility of getting a 20x return on their investment. And just like I mentioned yesterday, 20x, that seems huge, but let's do the basic math. This is not the exact for every VC firm, but if you kind of look all across the industry, this is what the average boils down to. They're going to invest into 10 projects. They know 7 are going to fail outright. 2 are going to not really return money, but they're not going to lose money. So one project has to return the investment for the entire portfolio, all 10. So that is a 20x return to be able to get their investment. And you're like, 20x, but that's assuming they're doubling their money to get a 20x return. So that's doubling your money. That's huge. But please keep in mind this 8th wonder of the world, which is compound interest. If you still have your calculator out and you know how to calculate compound interest, if most projects are not going to return an investment they're not going to scale up, they're not going to be worth money until 5 years down the road, it's less than a 15% interest year over year over year to double your money in 5 years' time. So all they're doing with a 20x return is they're getting 14.9 something percent interest. So keep that in mind. Okay, so our first project, and it doesn't matter, and this is why I say TamTamTom is a great proxy. It doesn't actually matter what this project is. They're saying that their total addressable market, that if every customer in the world buys this, it's $666 million. And whatever language they selected or geographic range, they're more or less about 30% of the entire planet is their share of market. They can reach 30% of the entire market. And then they're claiming that they're going to get almost half of that market. Again, you don't know what the industry is. You don't know what the product is, but do you buy it? What about this one? So again, we're talking about TAM and PAM. So we're going to assume that currently today's market is 150 million, but PAM potential market is 10 times that. It's 1.5 billion. Woo! But when? So, okay, our SAM and our SOM, I'm lost. I'm confused. This is why you don't want to include PAM. Get rid of it. So, okay, we need $250,000 to build our company, and our share of market is going to be $50,000. You ready to invest your $250,000 into this particular project? Okay. How about this one? Hey, PAM again, 3 billion, but when? Okay, so today's market's only 135 million. So, okay, that's to carry the one. That's actually quite an increase over time for the entire market to grow in that area, but okay, let's buy that. So the range of customers that you can reach, whether it's geographic or language, is 14 million down from, okay, so less than 10% or right around 10%. And then your share of market is 280K. So you ready to invest your 250 into this particular project? No? Okay. All right. Well, don't buy just yet. How about this one? Hey, join our project. And we've got such an amazing opportunity. Right now, there is over 280,000 calls per day in Ukraine alone. And we can achieve 30% of those calls. So the money that you're going to get back is calls. Wait a minute. Do I care about calls? I don't care about calls. I actually don't even care about customers. I don't care about the number of customers. I care about the revenue that they have. So don't give me customers. Don't give me calls per day or whatever your metrics are. I want to know what the money is. Tell me the money. Money. All right, this one. Just don't. I guarantee I'm talking right now. Half of you are listening to me, half of you aren't, because you're trying to read everything that is on this slide. We're going to get into how to pitch and how to do a pitch deck, and do not put all this information on there. So, hey, it's a $2.1 billion TAM and a 0.76 billion SAM and 100 million. First off, anytime you put 0 point, it sounds like a small number. $0.01 trillion sounds like a small number, but 50 billion is a big number. Just don't do 0 point. It's bad. Just don't. But hey, 117 million. This is actually looking like a pretty good opportunity, don't you think? So I'm gonna put this on your scale, see how the numbers feel for you. But they're breaking down exactly so you can see what's done, and we don't care. All right, this one. Again, PAM. All right, the PAM is huge compared to the total addressable market. It's actually gigantic. But I want to know who your competitors are. How much can you address your service obtainable market? Are you 100% of the service obtainable market? Are you 1%? I don't know. So I've got a lot of missing information here, and it's not really that interesting or useful. But hey, let's just say that, 750 billion, that's amazing, and 21 billion and 600 million. Okay, great. You buy it? You wanna. They're an online service for booking car washes and administrative services. So they're not doing the car washes themselves. They're an application that allows customers of the car wash service, which is the $21 billion industry, to easier book and facilitate. So you're probably 1% of the 21 billion, and that's super optimistic, is actually the TAM. So I know I'm out of time, but does anybody want to invest into any one of these projects? And I can tell you, these are pitch decks that I have seen presented to investors. So hopefully now you can see why I say TAM SAM is a proxy, and why it really is important. Nobody's going to check the numbers. Nobody is going to validate that you can actually get that, but it does actually tell a lot. It's the brown M&M that you can look at that one thing and you can go, okay, these people have no clue. They have no concept. And if they can't even rationalize what the total market is, how can they possibly build a scalable company? It's that big of a leap, in my opinion. All right, so I now see Valeria that has joined us, so I'm going to let her in. Valeria, are you with us?
Hi, Dan. Yes, I'm with you. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Welcome back.
Thank you. How was the TAM SAM session?
Hopefully everyone, when they vote later, it's the best one yet. And I say yet because obviously you haven't presented. So you were going to talk to us about competition and market analysis. And this is
exactly.
This to me fits in with that TAM SAM, especially when it comes to what is the SAM. If you don't know who your competitors are and the market, then obviously you can't come up with that. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself again, Larry from Baltic Sandbox. Tell us just a little bit about you, anything you've got coming up, and then we only have it's a half an hour session, so I'll let you jump right into it.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I hope you saw us was done yesterday and visited the first day of Reboot Camp. And what I'm doing, open the Baltic Sandbox representative in Ukraine this year with the purpose to make Ukrainian companies be demanded in European market and bring their products to Europe and also to attract investments and to acquire not only knowledge but networking, new pilots, new strategic partnerships from European partners and European experts. Also, what I'm doing is that I'm managing the management consulting company, Solstack, which works in Ukrainian market for 4 years, and we work with IT outsourcing and IT product companies. Now, I would like to go to my presentation. Don, can you please open the feature of demonstrating the screen, as it said that you just switched off the demonstration function.
Let me double check that real quick.
Yeah, it's still here.
And actually, I am getting a little bit of a glitch. So if you can start, give me 1 second to enable that, and I need to get the tech support.
Mm-hmm. Just not to keep silence, I can tell you about what I'm going to disclose during the session. This is how to make the market research, as Don told you about Samsung, and you know now how to evaluate and define the market size. And I will tell you how to make the market research, the customer research, how to understand motivations and behavior of your future customers, and what do they lose and what do they gain when using your product and buying your product. Also, we'll dwell on the channels and segments, and we'll talk about the competition. Now, I will check whether I have
Valeria, you should have it. If not,
no.
It says you've got access. If not, can you email it to me and I can run through the slides?
Yes, maybe I can write to you in the in LinkedIn, and you'll get the information about my email address.
Give me the link
sooner. Yeah. Yes, I write to you in the LinkedIn, and I provided you with my email address. Yeah. So
do you have a shareable link to the presentation, and I can actually present for you, and when you tell me to change the slides, I can change the slides.
Mm-hmm. So you're having the link, yeah? Just checking the access.
I actually did the access from. Let me do this. Change.
Yes, so you have the access.
Yep.
Okay.
So I will present. Screen. Tab. Share.
Mm-hmm. So we can.
All right. So you should be able to see, and just tell me when to change.
Yes, change your like 2 or 3 slides ahead, because I have done these ones. Yeah, so why do you need to make the market research? First of all, you need to understand the source of your business and why the competitors and are doing it. Also, you need to understand the price sensitivity for the products like yours, and how the customers react on the price difference, and what values can make you make the price larger or smaller. And also you need to see what are the unmet needs of the customers and why it is important. Also, you need to understand the target audience, easier to reach it, and also to understand which advertising is more efficient and why. This is what I will tell you. I will give you the frameworks and tools of how to do it. And what is also interesting, and with your budget status currently, is free of charge or almost free of charge. It will give you the food for thought, and you will understand what creative solutions you can use, and you can check the disaster checks that competitors do, and you will not follow their mistakes. And this, I think you just switched to not this the second, but two slides ahead. No, just can you go back one slide back? One slide back. Okay. Now we should have this slide. Yes, with demographic and market research and customers. So, what to understand your customer better, you need to ask yourself the following questions: of what does the customer need and want? The majority of products now cover the want status, because the basic needs are mostly covered at the moment. And who are they doing business with? So meaning that if your customers are B2B customers, you need to understand what partners they're working with, how they buy. For instance, if you are selling, if you're going to sell your cybersecurity products, you need to understand how the customers and B2B customers buy them. So you will learn that they probably buy them from from the company's integrators. Those integrators get the products from the distributors. So you will understand that you don't have to make direct sales to the end B2B customers, but to build the distribution network or to sell to distributors and use their marketing and sales power to sell your products. This is like one of the samples. You should also ask yourself, what frustrations do they have with other marketers and advertising campaigns for competitors? What do they hate about advertising? What do they don't like, and what do they appreciate about marketeers offering the other products? You will understand the strengths and weak points of your competitors promoting and advertising and selling the products, which is also very useful. And also, you understand how much they are willing to pay for the products and services that you are offering, and you will be able to position your products accordingly. And also, you need to understand on how they are going to be acquiring these products and services, what is their behavior and how they make a decision currently. This will also will be helpful of going to market with your new product, with your innovative product, etc. Can we switch to another slide, please? Done. I hear. Yes, and what else you need to learn about the customers is their motivation and behavior, because we are all people, and there are things we're scared of, there are things that we adore, and you need also to understand those emotions and to use those emotions when promoting the products. And so you need to understand what are the customers afraid of. They're afraid of losing profits. They're afraid of cybersecurity breaches, and they're afraid of data, losing personal customer data, etc. And also you should understand how their life look like. So where do they get information about new trends, new industry trends? Where do they learn about new products like yours? How do they make a decision about buying those products? What experts they will ask when they're making this decision. So you need to understand the context of how they make the decision as for buying the products like yours. And what do they like? What do they dislike? What they're influenced by? This is also important when you're limited with budgets. You need to understand who to partner and who can help you to promote the products, and who has access to your potential audience. And also you need to understand that we're all biased, and people make decision unrational more than rational. So the emotions are important. The way you are communicating is important, and you should also take this into account and not only think about rational algorithms of how to do it. You need to understand the behavior and motivation of people and why they're doing it. And understanding of what is important to your potential customers will help you to understand the pains and the proper solution that might be helpful, that might cover their pains and their furies, etc. And also, the one of the most important things for you is to understand what do they lose if they do not use their product. Do they care enough of using the product? Are they ready to pay for it when you have a minimal sellable product? This will give you understanding of how critical the problem is, and whether you have found the precise way and precise product to solve this problem. Dan, can we go further? Yes, so the previous slide, I have told you about the emotions and about the motivation of people. So you need to understand of the following things to influence your potential target audience. You need to understand their emotions about your products, about the products of competitors, about the products that substitute you currently. You need to understand their fulfillment, the feeling of belonging to some famous people, to some circle of influencers, to some business circle, some communities, etc. What I told you yesterday, what is also important is to notice, to ask them what communities they belong to. And maybe they visit some conferences, maybe they have some meetups, maybe they have LinkedIn, Facebook, etc., Telegram groups. They communicate and they share thoughts about the products. They share their experience. Maybe Google reviews or something else. You need to understand all this to know the customer better. And also you need to understand of that you are building the brand, you are building the brand legend, and it also should be in line with the life and lifestyle of your potential customers. And speaking about channels and segments, you should make several hypotheses about what are the potential segments are, and test them. Test them as soon as possible. Test them as soon as you have found, according to your understanding and your feeling, the solution and the product that might be helpful. You should ask the segments and check their reaction. And if you see this or that niche reacts better to your product, potential product, then you should focus on this niche and work with it. To describe this segment, you need to do the following. You need to ask yourself and answer the following questions. Where these segments are. So, as I told you, maybe they're visiting conferences, meetups, etc., on certain themes. What they do, what do they trust, how do they perceive the information, and what sources they use for acquiring information about new technologies like yours, the products like yours, the industry trends, the analytics, etc. Also, you need to understand what type of content they perceive and what channels they use. And do they read at social media? Do they read at Quora? Where do they get the information from? Maybe this is LinkedIn. Maybe this is the influencers that lecture or speak at conferences, etc. Dawn, can you help me with this next slide? And we go to the competition. Competition is the rivalry between the companies which sell similar or the same products, and all of them want to get the most revenue as possible, the most profit, and they want to increase their market share. And about the customers, the main thing that you need to ask is what is their value proposition, what is their main competitors, and what is the same cycle. What is the cycle the customer goes through with their products from the first touch till the end touch of the company. And I will tell you later on the tools of how we will analyze the competitors and what we will do with this, and how we'll find out how the customer feels with them. Can I please switch again? The competitors can be direct, so those who offer identical similar products, and also they offer them to the same customers with the same market channels. And also you might have indirect competitors with the product substitutes. They can work and act at different markets, not the same market as you, but it will give you another side, another perspective of how they're doing it, how they're working on a different market. And this will also can give you insight as for the go-to-market strategy. Can we please move further? So how to make the competitors analysis with zero budget? You can use the following tools, the SEMrush, Ahrefs, and Alexa, which are free during the free trial. And you can analyze the competitors. You can go through VPN to Google and find competitors in your niche, like business process management software for small and medium hotels in Germany, and look at the first ones in the search results, collect the 2 or 3 companies, which will be the main competitors, and study their contextual advertising. We can go further. So what you need to do with those tools that I have told you? You need to collect the keywords that competitors are using, their success relevance to your company. You need to understand how much money they are paying and what make them be high ranks in these search results. Also, you need to analyze what third-party sites they are published on. This is extremely important. This will give you an understanding of what sources, what channels, communication channels they use to be famous and to gain the most relevant audience to themselves. So you should analyze the comments for the publications. You need to understand how they are getting to the top 10 best companies in your industry, in your sphere. You need to analyze and find the sources that competitors are focusing on, and analyze the relevance to yourself. My favorite tool is Secret Shopping. This is completely free tool where you define the legend and you pretend to be the potential customers of your competitors, and you're looking for the same product or similar product as yours. And you're acquiring to the competitor and examine exactly how they present the product, how they react, how fast they react, what words and channels they're using to communicate with the customers, how they follow the customer, how they make the demo, etc. So you will understand the complete process up to selling the product. And this will give you understanding how the market works and how competitors work at this market. Then we go further. Also, I recommend you to to visit the Google, Yelp, Facebook for customer reviews for the competitor's product. Also, to if they have Twitter, Instagram accounts, you should learn on how they replying to customer queries, and especially to negative comments. Negative comments will give not only the understanding on what is going wrong with the competitor's product and with the way they provide their services, and you will understand the customer experience the company is providing. You can also connect with those customers, and you can ask them what is not satisfying in the competitor's product, and you can even offer your products instead. And by reading the positive review, you will understand where the competitors is strong, and you can understand and determine to yourself how you can be better and what customer service you want to provide to your customers based on this information. Done. And now we're going about to the section of how to talk to competitors' customers, as I told you. So you can use the negative reviews and comments that they left and reach them out. You can talk to them directly via LinkedIn, understanding they're expert in your field, and ask what products of this type they're using and what they're feeling about them, and what are the challenges they're facing using this product. And you can say that there is a product which can fit their needs better. And also you will understand of how to shift and switch the bad experience they had with your competitor to the positive experience with your product, if of course you're sure that your product is going ahead of the competition. And also learning the competitors will give you the understanding of how the customers feel and what experience they have, what products they use, and how they fulfill their needs. And it will give you also the space to act and how to fulfill the unmet business needs, which of course exist in the market and no one sees them currently. And as I told you, so you can offer better customer service, better product than they have at the moment. What questions to ask yourself about the competitors? You can ask yourself and answer the question of how the competitor position themselves. So do their market leaders, are there market leaders, are there trendsetters? So how do they position themselves? Maybe they win with the best price in the market. So you need to understand the competitive landscape to position yourself on this competitive map. And you should also understand what channels they're promoting. So before we analyze the tools that will give you the information, and also the how much money they spend on this or that channel, what channel is more preferable for them and why. And you will understand with your limited budget on what channel will be the best for your case. And also for B2B.
Valeria, I just want to jump in real quick because I see you've still got about 10 more slides and we only have 2 or 3 minutes left. So
I will try to speed up.
Okay.
Yes, so as you're working mostly on B2B, you need to understand the content, which gives the most of the traffic. So we can go further. Don, can you switch to the next slide, please? Yes, you will, after you analyze all this information, you will define the competitive advantage of yours, the unfair advantage that will let you position yourself. They will give you the detachment from the market, which is extremely important. Also, it will give you opportunities to be more engaged with the audience, and also to use of the communication channels. Maybe it will be a website, or it will be Quora, or it will be social media, etc. Landings where you will act with your customers. And can we switch to the following slide? We're going to an market analysis, where we analyze the market and competition and customers. Can go further to the next slide. And further, because we have limited time, and also further. This is how we analyze competitors. You can just make the screenshots, photos, and go further and further. So we're getting to know the customers, how to understand the customers. You can also make the photo shot of this screen. So you examining the customer, you need to understand its gender, how old they are, what is their marital status, occupation, ethnicity, and where do they live, what is their economic status. If we're working in B2B, we need to understand the buying personas, those people who influence the buying personas, and also B2B, we understand that we have from 4 to 6 people which make a decision as for buying that or this B2B product. And go further.
So I'm actually gonna have you just wrap up with a quick thought.
Yes,
and
yes.
we can send people the presentation.
The most important thought. This is the TOLS or SWOT analysis, which is the action tool that will show the relationship between everything that we analyzed, between competitors, landscape, customers, behavior, needs, and their expectations, and we can make a strategy based on all the information we have gathered in our market research. And we will send you this presentation, and in case you will need more information on how to make the competitive strategy, I think that we can make it with Don an additional session, and not to be in a hurry. I will tell you how to use those things to build the competitive strategy.
Yeah, and so yeah, the format was definitely micro sessions, and it's a lot to try to go through in a very small time. So thanks for letting us We've got a Telegram channel that most everyone is involved in. We'll share your presentation through the Telegram channel so that everyone can see that, if that's all right.
Okay.
All right. So, and you're going to be joining us at 1:30 to judge, give us a couple of minutes of feedback on one of the canvases. And so we'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Thanks. All right, Yuri.
Hello.
How are you doing, Yuri?
Wonderful. And how are you?
Not too bad. So we ran just a few minutes late on the last one, but thank you very much for joining us. And if you want to give just a quick introduction, I know you're the managing partner for QDP, but let us know who you are, what QDP is, and if you've got anything coming up you want to let people know about, and then I'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay. I think I will speak about our fund, about myself during my presentation. But nevertheless, I'm Yuri Sereshenko. Yes, I'm managing partner at QP Digital. We're a venture fund. We active invest for last year. We did 9 investments for 5 million. So it's average about $500,000 in one project. We did invest in projects on seed stage, IT projects that with Ukrainian founders.
Back up.
Okay. I'm ready. Can we start?
Yep, you're good.
Окей. Так, друзья, еще раз вопрос про прогнозирование. Во-первых, да, спасибо Украинскому фонду стартапов, спасибо Дэниуму за то, что пригласили, задали такую интересную тему относительно прогнозирования. И перед тем, как погрузиться в сам вопрос, в предмет, я вот тут вывел на слайд несколько вызовов, которые мы сгенерировали внутри команды вот недавно. И часть этих вызовов, на наш взгляд, они как бы снимаются грамотным подходом к прогнозированию и пониманию того, какие шаги необходимо. Прогноз – это же не только обещание самому себе, это все-таки некий план действий, которые необходимо сделать. Как сейчас формулируем, это набор гипотез, которые мы планируем доказать и протестировать. Соответственно, есть как бы негативная ветвь прогнозирования. Это когда садят бизнес-аналитика, говорят ему, вот ты пиши бизнес-план, а вся остальная деятельность компании абсолютно оторвана от этого молодого человека. И когда берешь в руки бизнес-план и берешь текущую ситуацию развития проекта, это видишь две совершенно разные картинки. Соответственно, есть, да, негативная такая ветвь развития, это когда планы отрываются от жизни. Соответственно, главный идеолог, его влияние на проект часто носит слегка формальный характер. И становится непонятно, в какую точку требуется сейчас приложение наибольших усилий. Опять же, команда проекта занимается не тем, что нужно сейчас критически важно для проекта, а тем, что нравится. И, соответственно, часть сложностей, трудностей просто не видно. Поэтому постараюсь вот раскрыть тему прогнозирования именно как какое прогнозирование на каком этапе развития проекта для проекта актуально. Так, ну пару слов про себя. Да, меня просили. Серещенко Юрий, управляющий партнер в QP Digital. Наш фонд сравнительно молодой, мы существуем чуть больше 2 лет, а активно инвестируем с августа прошлого года. Мы уже проинвестировали в 9 проектов, общую сумму $5 миллионов. У нас наша стратегия, вот предыдущий год была, что мы инвестируем в проекте на seed стадии. Сейчас хочется все-таки и более прогнозируемого развития, про прогноз, да, и есть потребность и желание инвесторов инвестировать большие суммы, соответственно, сейчас у нас фокус потихоньку смещается в Series A, но, тем не менее, вот на основе этого опыта инвестирования в венчурные проекты все проговорю с вами. Наша миссия – это мы инвестируем в компании с украинскими корнями, с украинскими фаундерами, и мы даем глобальные возможности локальным фаундерам. Так мы себя видим. Опять же, почему? Потому что это высокодоходная отрасль, это отрасль, которая уже доказала свой экономический потенциал и эффективность инвестирования в нее. Это отрасль, в котором сейчас аллоцируются значительные денежные суммы, и это не только радует, что появляются новые фонды, новые акселераторы, новые инкубаторы, радует появление большого количества проектов, это точно вот отрасль растущая. Так, давайте подойдем к прогнозированию. Что и как нужно прогнозировать на различных этапах развития проекта? Тут про проект я больше буду говорить именно как стартап, как венчурный стартап, то есть проект, который имеет, это не бизнес как бы одинарный, это проект, который имеет потенцию масштабироваться многократно за счет технологий, за счет бизнес-модели, за счет и как бы при незначительных инвестициях может кратно и иксово вырасти. Опять же, должны быть подходы к масштабированию, понимание этого. Проект развивается. Проект развивается от стадии pre-seed, через seed, Series A, B, и там уже единорог маячит с выходом на IPO. Соответственно, что мы прогнозируем на каждом этапе развития проекта? Когда проект на pre-seed, он только складывается, мы делаем нормальную домашнюю работу, я подробнее расскажу позже. Мы тестируем, какие боли есть, какие рынки для нас привлекательны, какие проблемы вызывают эти боли у нашего потенциального клиента и какую ценность мы можем им предложить. То есть сейчас на этом этапе у нас наш прогноз строится на том, что мы планируем доказать, что вот эта вот ценность, которую мы натестировали и определили, что эта ценность действительно является ценностью для клиента. То есть что можно сделать на этом этапе? Это можно сделать стандартный CastDev, стандартный, но тщательный. $1 инвестиций в Customer Development – это равен $6 инвестиций в разработку продукта. Ну, потому что это очень больно, когда ты выкатываешь продукт, и оказывается, что ты с ним не угадал. И множество проблем можно снять уже на этапе pre-seed, грамотно подойдя к тестированию, к прогнозированию ценности. Отдельная большая задача – это уже на pre-seed сложить себе в голове и спрогнозировать дорожную карту развития проекта. Именно проекта в целом, не продуктовая дорожная карта, опять же, как будем фичи выкатывать, а как будет расширяться команда, какие новые, опять же, фишки появятся в продукте, как он будет масштабироваться, как мы будем привлекать финансирование инвесторов, в какие этапы, в какие раунды, опять же, под какую оценку, потому что это важно, в том числе и для мотивации самого проекта. Нужно себе составить такую дорожную карту, чтобы у фаундеров осталась значимая цифра в доле проекта. Ну, опять же, считается таким мировым бенчмарком, что 50%, если у фаундеров к Series A, то это как бы красивая, хорошая ситуация. Окей, то есть на pre-seed мы себе спрогнозировали ценность проекта, и на pre-seed в результате CastDev мы эту ценность для себя доказали. Мы переходим на seed. На seed мы уже частично начинаем собирать продукт, мы собираем минимально работоспособный продукт, мы его тестируем, и на этом этапе что для нас важно, что дозировать, что для нас важно вообще увидеть, как мы доказываем, как мы проверяем эту гипотезу. У нас есть свое видение на этом этапе о юнит-экономике. Это с какой эффективностью будет работать та машинка, которую мы собираемся построить. И нам важно именно юнит-экономика прогнозирования на этом этапе и прогнозирование и рассмотрение доли рынка, которую мы планируем занять. В принципе, если эти гипотезы совпадают, то значит наш продукт, который уже доказано, что у него есть ценность для клиента, что этот продукт мало того, что доставляет эту ценность для клиента, он и потенциально экономически эффективен. То есть у нас что-то останется в виде прибыли. Понятно, что сам проект в это время абсолютно неприбыльный и будет еще длительное время неприбыльным. Но это из-за того, что значительная часть постоянных затрат приходится на незначительное количество доходов. Это раз. Второй, масштабов еще нету. Но мы уже исходя из этих небольшого количества тестовых клиентов, мы уже понимаем экономику, с которой проект будет развиваться в дальнейшем. Опять же, мы понимаем потенциал рынка, мы понимаем, сколько у нас клиентов, и, соответственно, мы понимаем, какую долю рынка займем. И с этой юнит-экономикой и с пониманием целевой доли рынка мы можем понимать целевые характеристики с точки зрения каких-то будущих revenue, затрат, и прибыли, естественно, проекта. На Series A мы уже к этому моменту оттестировали, поняли бизнес-модель, в которой мы заворачиваем нашу технологию. То есть мы поняли, собственно, продукт, который мы даем на рынке. И, соответственно, понимая эту бизнес-модель, мы уже можем строить более-менее внятные финансовые прогнозы с точки зрения и постоянных затрат, и переменных затрат, коэффициентов разнообразных, и мы корректируем эти постепенно, развивая наш продукт, постепенно масштабируя, добирая инсайты с рынка, мы корректируем наш прогноз с точки зрения величины рынка, с точки зрения скорости масштабирования, которую мы фактически уже набрали, с точки зрения действий конкурентов как реакции на наше появление. Когда мы переходим в Series B, это уже практически sustainable business. Тут уже классические методы дисконтированных денежных потоков, причем эти денежные потоки мы строим уже опираясь во многом на фактически полученные метрики нами. То есть у нас понятно, как мы с какой скоростью развиваемся, понятно соотношение затрат и затратной и доходной части, понятны те рынки, на которых мы планируем развиваться, и, соответственно, это уже такая стабильная, красивая финансовая модель, на основе которой уже можно делать оценки проекта через разные коэффициенты, или EBITDA, либо к доходу разных видов. Это уже является твердым фактом, на основе чего можно принимать решения. Так, давайте последовательно тогда идем от пресида, какие виды прогнозов мы применяем и что мы прогнозируем. То есть я уже говорил, да, первая и фундаментальная вещь, которую мы прогнозируем, это уникальное ценностное предложение. Есть очень Lean Canvas, да, называется формат, шаблон, методика. Есть очень много шаблонов этого канваса. Опять же, есть они в электронном виде, есть вообще в виде приложений. Но самое основное, да, то есть на пресиде, в принципе, принципиальная и самая главная задача проекта – это понять, в чем уникальное ценностное предложение. И это домашнее задание, это, считайте, must-have для молодого стартапа, нужно обязательно заполнить и для себя тщательно сделать Lean Canvas. Соответственно, когда вы сделали эту умственную работу, вам ее нужно доказать. Вам ее нужно доказать с помощью КСДева, с помощью общения с вашими клиентами. Там есть разные совершенно инструменты, вам это точно преподавали, но тут смысл, что это домашнее задание должно быть обязательно сделано. То есть у вас есть ваш клиент, у вас есть... Вы про этого клиента ничего не знаете, вы вступаете с ним в отношения, вы понимаете постепенно его боли, понимаете его проблемы. На основании понимания этих болей и проблем вы конструируете свое видение продукта, который может эти проблемы, боли решить и, соответственно, доставить ценность клиенту. И вторая серия КСДева – это вы уже тестируете на ваших потенциальных клиентах видение вашего продукта. Все это делается, да, с помощью design thinking, сейчас называют, раньше называли схема осознанной жизнедеятельности. То есть каждый свой этап нужно спрогнозировать, опять же, на понимании, кто вокруг, кто я, как бизнес, как команда, как фаундер, чего я хочу на этом рынке, как я этого достигну. Так, коллеги, сори, классическая проблема молодого отца в выходной день. Мне нужно на одну секундочку. Да, я знаю, Петь, надо мультик ребенку включить. Прошу прощения, 1 секунда. Так.
Not all issues are technical issues.
Да, привет, сори еще раз. Схема осознанной жизнедеятельности. Каждый свой шаг вы прогнозируете. Вы прогнозируете свой шаг на основе того, что вы понимаете, кто вокруг вас, вы понимаете самого себя, свои цели, вы понимаете, что вы хотите сделать с собой, со своим окружением, планируете и делаете. Вот это вот, как бы вот это и есть планирование, которое нужно на приседе. Это, в принципе, и в жизни как бы всегда предупреждается, и на любом другом этапе развития, но на приседе вот очень важно. Ты себе ставишь некую гипотезу, ты ее отрабатываешь. Ставишь гипотезу, делаешь план его тестирования, отрабатываешь. И вот это вот постепенное развитие снимает массу, скорее всего, там 80%, да, большинство рисков того, что проект как-то не пойдет на более поздних стадиях. На этом же этапе показано и очень важно все-таки понять, на каком рынке оперирует проект, спрогнозировать видение будущего спроса. Да? У вас есть понимание всего рынка, у вас есть понимание той доли, которую вы планируете достичь. Опять же, тут как бы подход должен быть не то, что мы хотим получить 10 или 5% рынка. Это для внешнего инвестора всегда такой как бы сигнал, что проект некачественно как бы спрогнозировал свою долю. Тут в данном случае очень важно предположить все-таки, с какой бизнес-моделью, с какой скоростью, что будет являться драйверами роста спроса на ваш продукт. И вот этот вот подход к оценке той доли рынка, которую вы планируете захватить, это должна быть какая-то обоснованная история. Прогноз бизнес-модели. У нас есть боль, у нас есть технология, с помощью которой мы решаем эту боль. Очень важно на следующем этапе понять, каким образом мы эту технологию будем доставлять до клиента. То есть с какой бизнес-моделью мы будем работать. Будем развиваться через партнеров, будем развиваться с помощью автоматизированной какой-то полностью системы, будем наш бизнес строить исключительно на людях, такая агентская схема, консалтинговая. Строим карту стейкхолдеров, которые окружают наш проект. Смотрим, насколько новая бизнес-модель создает там условия win-win, win-lose, кто проиграет от внедрения новой бизнес-модели, да, нового бизнеса, кто получит плюсы. Опять же, идеально, чтобы все стейкхолдеры остались удовлетворены в плюсах после появления вашего продукта. Не идеально, когда кто-то что-то теряет, и, соответственно, это конкурентная борьба, это всегда ответная реакция. То есть тут мы прогнозируем, каким образом мы технологию донесем до клиента и каким образом мы обернем технологию, которую вы развиваете, в продукт. Развитие команды. Естественно, это важнейшая часть дорожной карты. На приседе у вас есть вы фаундер, еще пару коллег таких же фаундеров, и постепенно вы должны как бы составить дорожную карту, как вы кого привлекаете, как онбордите, чем мотивируете по мере реализации проекта. Это также очень важный прогноз, его в дальнейшем можно будет оцифровывать. Это со стороны инвестора это важная часть как бы оценки прогноза проекта. Почему? Потому что прогнозом развития команды очень легко челленджить любой прогноз развития проекта. То есть если проект в какой-то момент пишет то, что он начинает очень бурно работать с продуктом, то есть пошли инвестиции в разработку продукта, начинает бурно развиваться в других рынках, начинает выходить на новые группы клиентов, там, скажем, начинает строить партнерскую сеть. Эту гипотезу на уровне прогноза очень легко проверить, посмотрев прогноз развития команды. Если с точки зрения команды нету такого прогноза и в момент там скалирования нету просто затрат на новых сотрудников, или, опять же, в момент разработки новых фичей нету новых девелоперов в команде, то это как бы подтверждение, что прогноз развития, скорее всего, будет не выполнен. И множество проблем, опять же, можно избежать на раннем этапе прогнозом развития команды. Всесторонним с точки зрения как какое-то количество, как затрат, которые команда как бы будет нести, так и с точки зрения той мотивации, в которой каждый конкретный как бы этап развития проекта, она будет разной. И, соответственно, тут пора переходить с точки зрения коммуникации внутри, с точки зрения выстраивания бизнес-процессов. Понятно, что в начале бизнес-процесса практически нету, и постепенно они все более и более формализуются. И появляются такие должности, как Chief Operating Officer. Да, уже пора заняться операционкой, пора заняться выстраиванием бизнес-процессов. И если в какой-то момент мы видим, то, что эта функция не закрыта, это все-таки риск развития провала проекта. Масштабируемость. В принципе, для венчурного инвестора это один из ключевых вопросов. То есть, если проект имеет слабый потенциал масштабируемости, то как бы собрать ему инвестиции очень сложно. Мы видим Украину как достаточно дешевый рынок для тестирования бизнес-гипотез, Украину как источник очень классных, клевых команд для развития проекта. Но, опять же, развитие проекта с точки зрения коммерции, с точки зрения маркетинга, с точки зрения продаж в большинстве случаев предусматривается за пределами Украины. Это должно находить, опять же, в прогнозе развития персонала, это должно находить себя в прогнозе развития различных рынков, и должна быть логика, почему ты из одного рынка переходишь в другой. Должна быть логика, что на этих рынках хорошо будет воспринято, одинаково будет воспринята та бизнес-модель, с которой вы масштабируетесь. И, наверняка на этих рынках должна сложиться одинаковая как бы карта стейкхолдеров. Скажем, если у вас медицинский проект, и вы там развиваетесь через страховую медицину, то понятно, что вы должны прогноз своего масштабирования по разным странам как бы строить через те страны, где такая же бизнес-модель как бы работы медицинских учреждений, страховая медицина существует. Отдельный вопрос – прогноз, который мы делаем, это прогноз по развитию продукта. И опять же, если тут, с одной стороны, инвестор это хорошо воспринимает, с другой стороны, это залог быстрого развития проекта, если ты и свой продукт предлагаешь на уровне no-кода, zero-кода, и ты в своем развитии, в развитии своего продукта, своих технологий используешь zero-код подход. Очень быстро можешь разработать, грубо говоря, один продукт или там бизнес-аналитик может сложить уже какую-то гипотезу, работоспособный MVP и протестировать на клиентской базе. Соответственно, тут очень важно, посмотреть, как твой продукт будет развиваться, на основе чего ты будешь развивать, и кто это будет у тебя внутри делать. Прогноз, как ты будешь развивать с точки зрения бизнес-модели. Да? Вначале тебе нужно доказать, что как бы, ты умеешь закрывать боль клиента, у тебя есть single product, и ты как бы, его продаешь. Потом у тебя вполне вероятно можно как бы, составить более интересный, более эффективный вид развития своего проекта, если ты переходишь от просто доставления от компании клиенту продукта через разнообразные другие модели. Либо через партнерскую сеть, либо через маркетплейсы, либо ты создаешь вообще экосистему, в которую приглашаются и приходят другие стейкхолдеры. Уже сейчас вот на этом этапе как бы даешь себе такой вот прогноз. В принципе, когда это уже мы пришли, наверное, к СИДу, составив вот такой набор прогнозов, и, соответственно, тут очень важно начинает на этапе СИД играть прогноз развития с точки зрения юнит-экономики, с точки зрения эффективности твоего проекта. То, с какой эффективностью работает твой проект, и является как бы залогом быстроты развития проекта, привлекательности инвестиционной проекта, масштабируемости проекта. Волшебные слова Customer Acquisition Cost, Lifetime Value вы наверняка знаете, они прогнозируются и тестируются и доказываются именно на этом этапе. Соответственно, вот когда у нас есть вот это вот сборище разных прогнозов, основным на приседе, на сиде прогнозным документом проекта является сумма вот этих прогнозов, дорожная карта проекта. На этом этапе у проекта из фактических финансовых метрик практически ничего нету. Соответственно, проект, развиваясь, а следовательно, привлекая инвесторов, привлекая новых партнеров, привлекая сотрудников в свою команду, чем он торгует? Он торгует видением будущего. Видение будущего – это и есть дорожная карта развития проекта. Я видел проекты, которые развивались и очень быстро развивались. Именно, ну, все торгуют дорожными картами, но они красиво торговали дорожными картами и буквально там через 2-3 года получали оценку под 60, под 80 миллионов, еще не получив никаких финансовых метрик, но четко доказывая инвесторам, рынку, самим себе, что они способны реализовать ту дорожную карту, которую когда-то себе поставили. То есть вы, когда выходите в рынок, вы, когда выходите к инвесторам, вы, когда выходите в поисках команды и партнеров, вы показываете, что я такой-то и планирую сделать то-то, то-то и то-то. И по мере того, как вы доказываете каждую из гипотез, дорожная карта – это набор гипотез, которые вы планируете доказать. По мере того, как вы доказываете каждую из изложенных в дорожной карте гипотез, оценка вашего бизнеса растет, даже если финансовых метрик, опять же, фактических еще не получено. Почему? Потому что если выполнили все обещания, которые раньше давали, вероятность того, что все остальные обещания будут также выполнены, повышается постоянно. Поэтому я вот всем рекомендую задать себе как бы за правило иметь именно дорожную карту развития проекта в целом, вот из всех компонентов, которые мы раньше перечислили. И понятно, эта штука корректируемая, это нормально как бы у проекта. Но опять же, если у вас дорожная карта очень сильно корректируется постоянно, то как есть статистика, что после 5-6 пивотов вероятность, как бы, что стартап все-таки взлетит, значительно уменьшается. Это, возможно, вам будет хорошим сигналом, что пора задуматься вообще, тем ли бизнесом занимается. Может быть, эта гипотеза уже оттестирована, и пора перейти к доказательству другой. Соответственно, в дорожной карте, я уже говорил раньше, повторю, это важная часть, у вас есть не только развитие продукта, проекта, команды, у вас есть key-point, как вы в какой момент проводите следующие раунды по подъему инвестиций. Это должно быть не как лозунг, что мы этого достигнем, а это должно быть сформировано как, опять же, гипотеза, которую вы планируете протестировать. И в привязке вот к доказательству этих гипотез, под доказательство, собственно говоря, набора гипотез, вы и привлекаете текущий раунд. Соответственно, в этой дорожной карте у вас будет как бы ваше представление, видение, опять же, оно как-то обосновано, какая будет оценка у проекта на каждом раунде, какую сумму вы планируете привлечь на доказательство тех гипотез, которые у вас в этом раунде как бы планируете доказать, и, соответственно, какую долю вы планируете отдать новым инвесторам. Опять же, это планирование вашего будущего, это планирование того бизнеса и той доли, к которому вы придете по итогу реализации проекта. И опять же, вы на этом этапе снимаете с себя часть рисков, что вы придете к какому-то этапу на Series B уже недостаточно мотивированным, потому что у фаундера есть такие ситуации, я с ними сталкивался, очень как бы, менеджируется с большим трудом, скажем так. Ситуации, да, когда уже на этапе сидов у бизнес-ангела появляется там мажоритарный пакет больше 50%, и, соответственно, очень осложняется появление других инвесторов на следующих этапах, потому что инвестор всегда смотрит на cap-table, инвестор всегда смотрит на то, какая доля есть у фаундеров, и инвестор всегда себе представляет, да, насколько фаундер мотивирован. Понятно, что есть как бы мотивация не только финансовая, но, к сожалению, она там через год, два, три обычно как бы ее градус напряжения снижается, поэтому верится обычно вот твердым как бы пониманию ради чего фаундер в материальном плане все это делает. Так, теперь у нас есть уже этап, это Series A уже скорее, да. Мы сформулировали гипотезу про ценность, мы ее доказали. Мы сформулировали гипотезу про эффективность нашего проекта, мы ее доказали. Мы сформулировали гипотезу про бизнес-модель, в которой мы планируем развиваться. И первая как бы проба этой бизнес-модели есть. Мы переходим к масштабированию, мы приходим к собиранию раунда на Series A. И, соответственно, тут у нас уже чуть-чуть другие. Мы все-таки составляем финансовые прогнозы. Мы все-таки составляем уже подробный прогноз и доходов, и расходов. Мы все-таки готовы уже сделать оценку более-менее там на финансовых метриках, которые уже существуют. Тут у нас, да, опять же, какие опасности встречаются? Мы неправильно трактуем текущую стадию проекта. То есть очень часто проект говорит, что у нас Series A, хотя это все еще как бы seed, это все еще тестирование бизнес-модели, это все еще тестирование продукта и доработка продукта. Умалчивание информации, искажение информации, манипуляция. Часто это происходит бессознательно, поэтому да, тут на этом этапе все-таки очень важно объективно подходить к тем фактам, которые достигнуты, трактовать их, опять же, не сильно в оптимистическом ключе, а в более-менее реалистическом, и строить прогнозы, стараться все-таки на основе как бы достигнутых фактов. А если у нас прогноз как бы строится не на факте, то тщательно как бы подходить к драйверам, которые позволяют нам строить такой прогноз, и тщательно подходить к затратной части, которую нужно обеспечить, чтобы выйти на такой вот рынок, на такие новые бизнес-модели. Соответственно, тут подход как бы к оценке более конкретный. Почему? Потому что у нас уже есть, опять же, бизнес-модель, есть продукт, есть некий трекшн от тестирования продукта, есть юнит-экономика. Тут мы проблематику как бы оценки и инвесторы стартап часто снимают за счет того, что раунд финансируется не сразу одной суммой, а финансируется траншами, и каждый следующий транш привязывается к выполнению KPI, которые уже достигнуты, и, соответственно, каждый достигнутый KPI это увеличивает нам оценку. Это я так делаю со своими проектами, практика распространенная, употребительная. Вы, встречаясь с инвестором на этом этапе, имеете все основания не договориться об оценке, потому что у вас прогноз про будущее, а инвестор смотрит на ситуацию на сейчас. Опять же, если вы договоритесь с вашим инвестором про то, что есть транши, есть KPI, и вы планируете эти KPI достигать, градус как бы несогласованности по поводу оценки можно существенно снизить. Да, я уже говорил, что на этом этапе это больше как бы торговля будущим. Переходим все-таки к Series B, уже к классическому этапу развития проекта, к которому можно применять уже финансовые метрики, трекшн, делать риски, делать бизнес-план, делать дисконтированный прогноз финансовых показаний. Что это такое? Это мы строим наши денежные потоки, у нас уже есть трекшн, у нас уже есть опыт, мы уже понимаем, как мы развиваемся на отдельных рынках, у нас есть уже понимание обоснованности наших затрат, соответственно, финансовый план, он уже более-менее достоверным. Мы строим финансовый прогноз, мы применяем ставку дисконтирования, которая вбирает в себя риски проекта, страны, трендов, рынка, и, соответственно, как бы продисконтировав эти денежные потоки, приведя стоимость, которую может сгенерировать проект на сегодняшний момент, мы получаем оценку на сейчас. Это уже более-менее твердая методика оценки проектов. Ее можно как бы проверять и мэчить, применяя коэффициенты, опять же, к своим метрикам. коэффициенты как на сейчас, коэффициенты к тем метрикам, которые уже на сейчас достигнуты, так и к тем метрикам, которые будут достигнуты в будущем. То есть мы видим, что у нас EBITDA через 3 года такая-то, применяем к ней общий потребительный в отрасли коэффициент, эту оценку дисконтируем на сейчас, сверяем с оценкой, которую мы получили по DCF. Если они не сильно различаются, то можно признать, что эта оценка более-менее достоверная. Опять же, коэффициентов в разных отраслях, на разных рынках к разным проектам применяются разные. Можем зайти на Crunchbase, можем поискать в других базах, посмотреть, какие методики, какие метрики актуальны на сегодняшний момент. Очень тщательно смотрим по всем факторам. Опять же, на этом этапе важно отличить не паровым катком проходиться абсолютно по всем факторам, которые влияют на оценку, а четко понимать, какой фактор сейчас наибольшим образом влияет на оценку и в нем упереться. То есть, исходя вот из нашей дорожной карты, исходя из финансового прогноза, в каждый отдельный момент времени у нас есть понимание, какое узкое горлышко сейчас у проекта, то есть что мешает сейчас проекту быстро развиваться. И таким образом наш прогноз становится не бумагой, с помощью которого ты привлекаешь инвестора или сообщаешь рынку о том, какой ты красивый и питчишься красиво на украинском фонде стартапа, а наш прогноз становится инструментом управления проектом. Ты на основе своего прогноза и на основе своих фактических данных в каждый конкретный момент времени можешь сказать, что является лимитирующим звеном для проекта. Или это рост команды, или это развитие продукта, или это маркетинг и продажи, привлечение новых клиентов, или это построение партнерской сети. И, соответственно, ты как фаундер, как руководитель понимаешь, на какие рычаги нужно жать прямо сейчас, какой call to action у тебя как бы возникает в данный конкретный момент времени. Опять же, да, это важно для приоритизации, для того, чтобы не было распыления сил, для того, чтобы твои действия, которые ты делаешь со своим проектом, были максимально адекватны. Так, наверное, тут буду заканчивать уже про методы постройки прогнозов. Отдельно скажу, да, что мы проинвестировали в 9 проектов. DocUA – это сервис по цифровой медицине, сейчас активно развивается в сторону экосистемы. Виотека – это сервис по шерингу складских площадей, уже развивается в Польше и в Украине. Detrix – это очень крутой проект для людей, которые работают с большой датой. Это проект единственный из украинских стартапов, который был вот в весеннем батче Y-комбинатора, и они закончили Y-комбинатор уже после того, как мы проинвестировали и подняли уже следующий раунд. IBM Cloud это набор продуктов для логистики и для ритейла. В нашем портфеле это единственный проект, кстати, который уже прибыльный. Обычно мы инвестируем на более ранних стадиях. Raccoon Recovery – это ребята, которые занимаются телефизиореабилитацией на рынках Польши и Германии. И вот, кстати, да, момент развития бизнес-модели. Бизнес-модель вот у Raccoon Recovery изначально ориентирована на большую карту стейкхолдеров. В ней участвуют страховые компании, в ней участвуют клиники, в ней участвуют терапевты, и в ней участвуют клиенты, потребители, да, которые получают сервис по телефизиореабилитации. Но исходя из карты развития самого проекта, мы понимаем, что на первом этапе все-таки важно не обаять страховые, не подружиться с терапевтами или с клиниками. На первом этапе важно доказать, что сам продукт для конечного пользователя, для человека, который требует реабилитации, что он доставляет эту ценность. И уже на базе имеющегося продукта меняется бизнес-модель, и в нее вовлекаются уже следующие, это клиники, а потом страховые компании. То есть проект, который в конечном этапе будет развиваться как B2B2C, сейчас развивается как B2C-шный проект. Есть карта развития бизнес-модели, они ему идут. Watched – это проект, который снимает эмоции по видеоизображению. И на основе этого, когда мы с ними познакомились, да, карта развития проекта, когда мы с ними познакомились, у ребят была технология, как они по видео могут снять эмоцию. А следующий как бы наш этап развития – это мы на эту технологию одевали продукт, одевали бизнес-модель, то есть какому клиенту такую технологию мы можем поставить, какую ценность мы для него и как эту ценность можем доставить. И, соответственно, вот именно как бы SaaS-решение раскатывалось на основе технологии как дальнейшая как бы реализация, выбор бизнес-модели. Organization GG – это ребята из гейминга, они занимаются стримингом на игровых платформах. Analyzer крутые ребята, они про интеграции. Все проблемы, они на стыках, и как раз ребята, они эти стыки закрывают. И с точки зрения экосистемности и генерации лидов, то есть проектов, в которые мы еще проинвестируем, OnLizer стоит на уникальной позиции, так как они закрывают интеграционные задачи, у них идет большой как бы вал запросов от enterprise, то, соответственно, если к ним приходит запрос от enterprise, который они не могут выполнить по ряду причин, для нас это заявка на появление нового продукта, на появление новой компании. Потому что вот есть запрос, это значит боль есть, и она не закрывается. Starbird – это промень, это ракета. Ребята реально делают ракету на твердом топливе для запуска спутников на низкие орбиты нашей Земли. Так, в принципе, все. Коллеги, спасибо большое. Я не знаю, есть ли этап вопросов, но я готов на вопросы ответить.
All right. Very efficient on the timing. Thanks for that. And so I also want to give you a chance if there's anything going on with QBT that you want to talk about or let people know. Please take a second to do that. Otherwise, thank you very much for joining us today and for the insights.
Спасибо вам большое. Да, я про QPD вроде рассказал. Да, у нас небольшой shift с точки зрения сидов на Series A, но это не меняет нашу бизнес-модель. Это просто мы чуть-чуть фокус смещаем с ранних на более поздние стадии развития проекта. А так, всем молодым ребятам желаю удачи, желаю терпения и желаю учиться и уметь слышать как клиентов, так и команды, так и вообще мир вокруг, и строить свои прогнозы развития на той информации, которую вы получаете из окружающего мира. Спасибо большое. Пока.
Thank you so much. So for everyone, we're going to take a lunch break and we will be back at 1:30 local time, and we will give some feedback on a couple of the canvases that have been submitted, some tips, what was done well, what could be improved. So we will see you back at 1:30 Kiev time. Thanks, everyone. All right, so welcome back, everybody. I've got Jorge Taborin that is on the call. He's connecting with video here in a few seconds. Jorge is the original founder of Demium Startups about 8 years ago now. He is now the chairman of the board. Jorge, welcome.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so the selection process, the campuses that we received this morning, we had a pool of judges that were given 15 canvases apiece. They selected their top two. Those top two went to a list that Jorge and Valeria received, and they then filtered that down. So I've asked both of them. And now we've got Valeria joining. We asked both of them to pick one canvas that they're going to talk about what they saw on the canvas, what they liked, what they didn't like, what could be done better. So we'll start with Jorge, and then we'll switch to Valeria, and then I'll ask you guys. It's just going to be the two of you, so let's keep it like about 10 minutes or so a piece, and then I'd like to keep a little bit of time that we can actually talk about threads and the canvases in general. So
absolutely. So thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations for the event and to all the candidates for such a great level of the work that they have been doing during the weekend and the past days. So after reviewing all the canvases, I've chosen one of them just to use as an example of how to analyze and to point some of the things that could improve. So the one that I'm going to analyze is called PocketTube. And what I have seen in this solution is that they have performed really well is a product that's already in the market, and across the canvas, I could have seen that they have explained both problem, solution, and the unique value proposition, all connected, and they are what I consider is a real problem. In this case, related with.
And Jorge, do you have that? Can you actually share that on the screen, and that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone else can see it as well.
Yeah, give me a second. I think I have it here.
No worries. And so for that team, hopefully, you don't feel like we're giving away any trade secrets like we talked about yesterday. Tell people about your idea. The more you can talk about it, the better. So hopefully they're not feeling as if we're giving away, because execution is actually everything. Okay. Oh, actually.
You see my screen?
Yeah. And I'm going to ask, can you actually delete the email just so everyone else don't see the.
Absolutely. Yeah. Give me a second. Actually, I cannot. So that's the thing.
And Valeria, same thing on the one that you're going to present. Can you, if there's emails or personal information, can I have you?
Yeah, understood. I'll do it. Yeah.
I cannot actually. So what I'm going to do is just to I'm going to zoom in the part of the presentation. So give me a second. I think.
There we go. Perfect. Yep.
Yep. I think so. What I was saying is that in this case, PocketTube has a solution for the current problem that is hard to find a particular subscription and a huge list on YouTube. So there's sometimes missing important videos by topic that you cannot categorize on YouTube. That is a problem that I have experienced myself. So you can't watch video feed based on subscription topic, and you cannot filter video by some parameters. So they have built a browser extension, typically for Chrome, that enables you to create some groups with your subscriptions, or is based on artificial intelligence tags for the subscriptions. So, and allows you to organize your subscriptions on YouTube based on those tags on those groups. So I think what I have liked a lot about this canvas and the idea behind the project is that it explained with short sentences really clearly what it does. I haven't even noticed that at the beginning when I was analyzing that the website is already being running. So I just look at the canvas, but it was really clear to understand what is the size of the market. It's a huge one. Those people that have many subscriptions, there's over 500 million people that could be potential target of it. It also features point some specific channels in the marketing, the strategy, or in the channel. What are the channels to target? So not only talking about general topics, but also specific ones where you could attract what they have already attracted the early adopters. And also this company is already in the market, so limited cost because it's a side project of an entrepreneur, but with great 2,700 monthly recurrent revenue with $3 per month per year. So this is in the part of what I like, is no friction solution, simple explanation with short sentences, direct to the point of the problem solution and value proposition. That is what the investor typically like. The detail of the technology as well that they are using, and then now talking about what they could improve or some insights that we could give to continue improving the presentation. In this case, I've take some points. In this case, they have what I call a feature. They have a great feature that solves a problem, but nowadays it's only a feature. So I think what could be helpful to detail in the canvas as well, and in the work that you could do, is how to build a company apart from the feature itself. So how could you build other different features around the client that you already have? I think they have over 150,000 users of the technology, and some of them, a small percentage, below 1%, are current clients. No, so what could you do to take advantage of that 99% of the users that you currently have? What could you do to increase the ticket size of the clients that are paying $3 per month? So I think those two paths could create what I call properly a company. And because probably you could increase the ticket size from $3 to a bunch more of that, and you could increase probably the conversion rate if you offer different features. How could you do that? I don't know, maybe with less dependence on YouTube. Maybe you could use the same technology to other platforms. So maybe you could talk about that, because one of the concerns of the investors, okay, you depend on YouTube, what could you do outside YouTube? So that in terms of how to build from a feature to turning that into a proper company that could scale to the tens of hundreds of million euros of valuation, or potentially over 100 million valuation approach. And how could you reach the MRR, the monthly recurrent revenue, that it details in the key metrics, and also talk about that currently is 2.7K, $2,700 of MRR. How could you go from that to over 200,000 that potentially could be the target for a Series A round with a large international investor? So I think that there is a second approach that you could improve in this case. And something else that I miss here, turning this in a investment opportunity canvas approach, not only a more general one, but also how could it become an investable company that they really think what is behind it is investable, but how to work in properly being investing, ready to invest right now. I will talk about explaining better what is going to be the go-to-market strategy for the next, let's say, 12 to 24 months, increasing the current 150,000 user base. That is a lot, and is something really interesting as a side project to a database of over 10 million monthly active users that I think that could become something investable. In that case, one key metrics that I missed was the churn rate one. Once you talk about daily active users and monthly active users and the MRR that the paying users they have, I will add here also what is the churn rate. Because it's one of the key and most important metrics for this kind of tools. And what is the conversion rate? No? So as I said, the conversion rate currently is 900 users among 150,000 users. So that is a 0.6%. So if you measure what is your conversion rate, probably you could improve it more easily, and you could to assign some of the specific people in your team to solve those specific tasks. So I think those are my main feedbacks. Yeah.
So to kind of drill down on for those who, this is their first experience with the Canvas, they're not familiar with it. Javi DeSantis did the workshop yesterday for the Canvas, and Javi very well. He's yep. Amazing. And he started out by saying, approach this with a skeptical mind. And, there's no one process. There's a million different ways to do this. But, I'll give the caveat here. You are an investor. You personally have invested into companies. You also sit, on the board of a venture capital firm. So you see these all the time. So one of the things, for me, just a really quick snapshot view, when I take, 5 seconds and look at this, I see that in the revenue, they're showing their subscriptions. Great. They're showing the advertising is another. There's probably another revenue stream that they could consider, but they threw a number in there, $3 a month. That's fine. On the cost side, if this is something that they haven't built yet, and they're thinking about building it, just saying marketing cost or just saying $50 a month for a server cost, for you as an investor, what is your take on it? Do you actually want to see them list out, okay, this is going to cut? Because one thing I mentioned yesterday is I recommend teams break cost structure into what is our startup cost to actually launch into the world, and then the right column of what is the monthly. So the server cost every month sure is 50, but it took us 500,000 to build it. We need 500,000 investment to get started. So can you talk about that for just a minute or two?
Absolutely. I think what you want to see is a small version of a company that is going to grow, is going to scale. So in this case, this pretty basic approach to the cost, and actually is a really great point. With the investor hat, you will like to see is that you have identified all the costs, all the cost, so the whole cost structure that you will need once you start to scale. So what are going to be the main parts of that escalation? Of course, it's really important to understand what is going to be the initial cost of launching, what's the current cost in the short term. But I think having that vision on the mid-long term of what is going to be the structure of the cost structure of the company, I think is kind of really important. So yeah.
So in this case, they listed server cost, which is it's a nothing cost.
Yeah.
To get started, they needed some sort of development.
Yeah.
But if they're going to build this company up to get millions of users, they're likely to need a lot of development. That's going to be the much bigger expense, right?
That's what I think. And actually, probably to attract that huge base of users, probably you will need an infrastructure team, a bigger one that could prepare the technology to scale in a huge approach. Also, you will need probably marketing team to size the marketing team as well. Yeah, actually, I think you need to think. So what I miss here is that this could be seen as a tool, as a feature, but probably they need to add the company part of the business.
Okay. All right. Well, for time, let's let Valeria present her canvas and give some feedback, and we'll try to keep a few minutes for general conversation at the end.
Yes. Hi again. I will try to demonstrate the screen, and hopefully this time I will be more successful. Do you see the screen?
There you go. Perfect.
All right. So I have taken the project. I think the most typical of those canvases that were received, on the contrary of the canvas that was analyzed as the first one. So this is the incubation stage. Probably the girls, the team members met yesterday or maybe before, I don't know, but the link canvas is very raw. But what I like about it is the problem solution fit. So I see a great opportunity and enormous opportunity of women in STEM, the number of which is very low, but it's a huge potential for the market to grow with technical specialists, because the shortage of technical specialists in Ukraine each year is approximately from 40 to 50,000, and women can help in this extent. And what I like about it, that the team members, provide a solution, the platform for STEM training. And they will also partner with organizations, forum and representatives of women leadership organizations, etc., and cooperation with university STEM organizations and accelerations. So I like the idea a lot, and I think it's very timely. And but what I miss here is I miss the expertise in marketing. I miss here the competitive analysis of the solutions which already exist. Also, I recommend the team members to focus on existing ones, maybe cooperate with them, and to learn more the customers, because they write about the schoolgirls, parents of schoolgirls who are thinking about the future profession, female students, etc. But also they write about shifters, which is great because the number of women shifting to tech and to IT is increasing year on year. And what I'm missing is that I need concrete organizations they started to work with, or they think there will be an opportunity to cooperate, etc., to add more information from the market, to add more information from professionals. The competitive advantage we see here that Tomato service that they are going to build a community. Also not clear why they do not cooperate with existing women in tech communities, because the community of women in tech in Ukraine exceeds 5,000 people. They will have access to free marketing, just huge potential for marketing resources and analysis, and I think they should use it. As for the site, they wrote that the channels, they wrote that they will use site applications and social networks. So all the same communities are missing, and STEM women organizations, female leadership organizations are missing here, and I think they would impact them and help them a lot. Unique value proposition can be for Ukrainian market because we don't have any optimized platform of this kind. But how it will work and what will be the core of the product, it's not clear. And we understand that it will be some trainings, but what are sort of trainings, what expected results, and what is the offering to those women who want to shift to IT or want to enter IT after university, after trainings, is not clear, because this offering would probably change their mind. So will they acquire the first profession after the training, the first occupation, the first job, etc. So this is what is required. That they should cooperate with large outsourcing companies who provide similar trainings and possibilities, and involve them in acting and helping women to shift to IT and to STEM professions, and they would provide the first job. So this is inside that they should do first. Also about the key metrics, the number of partner companies, they state the last, but I think it is the most the most important thing for them, and the first thing to do is to partner and to talk to people who is already involved in IT education from a 0 point, and also they don't say anything about monetization, about the revenue, and the metrics do not include any financial figures, any financial metrics at all. So this says about the junior stage of the founders, so they need to be more professional in metrics, in marketing, and I think they should advise people who can help them to make the canvas more, more professional. They just describe the interesting values, but they are not numeric. They are not numeric. There are no figures here at all.
Okay. So Valeria, let's kind of pull back, because you mentioned a couple of points here, and just in the about 5 minutes that we have left. So when it comes to the 2 points that you kind of mentioned, I just want to state them a little bit differently. You focused on the competitive advantage and the customer segment. And unless this is a B2B to C solution, they're mentioning the parents, they're mentioning the students, and they're mentioning educational establishments. So there's a potential for a confusion between who the customer is.
Yeah, they don't understand it. They don't understand who's the main customer here.
Yeah, who is the customer and who is the user. So if they're going to put the user, that's fine. Just make sure that they identify who that is. And then on the competitive advantage, there's another thing here that we see quite often that I wanted to give both of you a chance to talk about is, there's nothing that they list as a competitive advantage that somebody couldn't do tomorrow. The solution that they're listing, like you said, there's already dozens of existing solutions out there. There's many different STEM trainings that are not specific to either gender. They're not specific to men. They're not but yes, most are kind of slanted a little bit more male. So a competitive advantage in this case would be something that is truly women oriented, something that is truly because the competitive advantage is what can slow somebody else down from joining, from copying exactly what you do, or can prevent somebody else from getting in at all. So, you know, do you want to?
I think that competitive advantage in their case will be the partnerships with the outsourcing companies, with female leadership organizations, with female accelerators, etc., and to have a strong network of those who would help them to provide the services and who would provide the jobs for women in tech, and who would whom will they take from the women leadership societies. Also, they can participate in some grant programs. I think this impactful programs will be very good.
But Larry, do you really see that as a competitive advantage? Because all those things that you list, if they're partnering with Harvard or MIT, those are something that are very difficult to copy. But if they're just partnering with a grant program, can't somebody else partner with a grant program just as easily? And actually, Jorge, do you want to jump in on this as well?
No, I absolutely agree that I think building a real competitive advantage is not something that could be easily copied. But has to be something that really is creates a barrier of entry barrier for the competitors that could create a network effect in the market if possible, could create like a strong exclusive partnership in the long term with the main players, as you were saying, with Harvard, MIT, or whatever. So I absolutely agree with the approach that you were saying. It's really important to understand what really is a competitive advantage, what really is not a competitive advantage. Yes, a small differentiation that could be easily copied.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's good. We only have about 2 minutes left. In my TAM-SAM SOM, I feel TAM-SAM SOM it's a really simple slide. But it's a proxy for how well they understand the whole company. If their market analysis is just like so far out in left field, you kind of assume many other things. So competitive advantage to me is another one of those. It's so frequently done wrong, or it's not a competitive advantage at all. It's a feature.
Some product features, yes.
Mm-hmm. From an investor's perspective, would you feel this is kind of one of those same proxies? It's that you look at that and it actually is quite important that it is legitimately a competitive advantage?
I think that the only good things about this canvas is the problem solution fit and the impact. This is really great that they deal with the problem, but I don't think this project will be very much investable from the investment point of view currently. So they first need to make thorough marketing and competitive analysis and customer analysis, and after that create the detachment and competitive advantage, etc. But here we don't see it, and I think this type of canvas is one of the numerous that we have just analyzed today with Jorge, and I want to show the drawbacks and the opportunities for participants to grow, because this is very typical, and I would like them to make this marketing analysis, to analyze the competition, because they have all this information recorded today in the YouTube. So you need to make this job done before they show such canvases to us.
So we've got 30 seconds left. Jorge, I've been watching your eyes. I know you've been taking a look at this canvas. Do you want to make just 30 seconds, any sound bite on your thoughts?
No, I just want to add that of course, a canvas is a pretty simple exercise and could be seen as only a little bit of information, but the way it is construct help you to understand what is the mindset of the entrepreneurs. So for an investor, looking even 1-2 minutes after a canvas, understanding everything really quick, could give you a great sense of the company and to understand if it's investable or not. So I think it's a great tool, and I've seen a lot of great opportunities after reviewing all of those canvases.
All right. Well, I want to thank you both very much for joining us and your time. So all the participants didn't see your time going through 25 different canvases for both of you to take a look at and narrowing down. So thank you very much for that. So we're going to jump to our next session. So thank you both for joining. And so now we're going to focus on team. And I'm going to let Sergey in, and both of you can jump out. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See you. All right. Sergey, welcome back. You're on mute, Sergey.
Hello.
There you go. And camera is coming on. There you go. All right, so welcome back, Sergey, our local representative for Founder Institute. So do you want to just give yourself again a quick intro and anything that you want to mention for FI or other things going on? And then I know it's a half an hour session again. It's really small. The topic is on team, and the thing that I asked Sergey is really focus on in the context of a hackathon or an incubator. Teams in that, because what you focus on in a startup is kind of it's a much bigger picture. But if you're doing a hackathon and you're only going to be with this team for a few days, it's maybe a little bit different. So with that, Sergey, take it away.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for having me again, and it's really a pleasure for me to be part of this intensive educational event. And I'll probably start speaking about the topic in general, and this will also take me more into my personal experience. As for the Founder Institute, we are basically, for those of you who don't know yet and maybe joined just today, we are a pre-seed accelerator originating from the Silicon Valley. And right now we're operating in approximately 250 locations around the world. And basically we run 2 programs per year. Ukrainian program happens on autumn and on spring, and this time we just had the first program, which started in September, and it's like a 3-month program during which we basically dive deeply into the aspects of running a successful startup. And the goal of the program itself is to take the projects from the stage where they're missing something to be investable to the stage where they're ready to go to the investors and present themselves professionally, and deliver the results at the presentations and the expectations that investors are looking for. And this is in short. Basically, if you are part of this program, you already understand your needs. So now it's on this question if you need an educational program or if you're more looking for investors, because we are basically an educational program as well, so we don't invest ourselves, but we have a large network of investors who are looking to our alumni, just knowing that the success rate is not big in the Founder Institute. Usually it's around 30–40%. So like we usually lose 60% on the go, but that's because we are really demanding in terms of the quality of the projects that remain, the quality of the work that they're doing in the program. And therefore, like if you have graduated from the Founder Institute, it's treated as a sign of, let's say, recognition and success. So now going to the startup dream team, or the dream team in general. It's a very interesting topic, and it's especially personal for me, just because I have always believed that I'm a kind of a solo entrepreneur, and I always believe that the only person in the startup is the CEO, and he has to create a strategy, he has to kind of take care of all the aspects. And maybe that just came from the childhood, where I had some restrictions of communicating to other kids, and I felt myself not confident in the groups of people, and therefore like tried to stay on my own most of the time. but you gradually learn that organizations basically is a group of people. So there can never be any organization without a group of people. And therefore, team become more and more important. And then you have to start thinking about the team. And anyway, you come to understanding that you cannot run on your own. But let's dive deep into it right now. Let me start the presentation. And we will go. So, okay. By the way, if you have any questions while I'm presenting, please feel free to ask them in the chat. I'll try to address them during the conversation, or maybe I'll just.
So and actually, the chat is just between the speakers. So we've
not in this room. No, I mean in YouTube. I mean in YouTube, definitely. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So the startup dream team. Well, definitely, why it's the word dream is there, just because everybody is looking for some dream team, right? The best one. Nobody wants to go with a mediocre team. And therefore, like this dream team terminology basically sticks to this team word. So, okay, let's start with some citations from famous people. And the first one I like now, and after like spending large part of my life on the other side, is that basically there is no such thing as a solo entrepreneur. And here I don't mean like private entrepreneurs, which are kind of a legal entity for people doing their own self-employment. But when you're doing a company, you cannot be solo. You have to find other people and you have to work together with them. And like the next citation basically proves it, because it says like that together, ordinary people, and like being humble, we always think about ourselves as ordinary people, can still achieve extraordinary results. And you know, the effect of synergy is basically when the sum of elements is bigger, when the cooperation of the combination of elements is bigger than just their sum. And this synergy is basically what you should be looking for when looking for a team or when creating. And another, as it goes in the next citation, a successful team is a group of many hands and one mind. That basically slightly goes back to the idea that there cannot be many managers or many heads of the company, and there still should be one person who is ruling the company. But we shall speak about it slightly later. And creating a team is not something that you do only when you start. As Henry Ford put it in the next citation, coming together is only a beginning, and then keeping together is progress, because you learn how to keep together, how to work together. But like working together is a success. So when you do know how to work together, when you can create things together, that's basically already a large part of success. And here's why it's important, because wrong team is basically is number three in the reasons of startup failure. And like 23% of respondents, according to Neil Patel, say that they have failed because they were not the right team to do the startup. Sometimes these numbers is even given in a bigger number, in a bigger scale. Some people say that like 60% of companies fail just because of the, or 65% just because of the incorrect team or problems with the startup team. So when we speak about a startup team, what is it? What is it? And what are the elements of this team? I like to separate it in three parts. So the first part is the founder team, or the founders. And this is a team of people who start the company, who share the vision, who have defined the vision. They can be initial employees of the company, or they can not. They can stay outside of the employees cohort. They can transfer to employees later. It just depends on this whole combination of factors. But anyway, the fact that they start the company means that they own parts of the shares of the company, and that's basically their main motivation behind this company. I mean, monetary motivation, of course, because in addition to monetary motivations, they should have a lot of their own personal reasons to do this thing. Otherwise, it's very easy for them to switch. And like if you have no other motivation than money, then most likely investors would pass your company and would not consider investing in it, because it's just not stable. So the other category is mentors and advisors. It's probably the second category that you are looking for when making a project. Usually you don't pay them for mentorship or advisorship right away. You don't pay them in cash, because startups are not expected to have cash. And you definitely, even if you do have some, it's a scarce resource that you would probably value most of all. but still you have to compensate them somehow, otherwise they will not have any motivation to helping you. And usually it's a small percentage of a company, like really small, something like 0.5% or maybe 1%. And they still have to promise you something in return. So they cannot just say that, oh yeah, I'll be helping you. They should be making commitments, and this should be quite strict commitments. Like, I'm going to spend 10 hours per month, that I'll do this and this. And basically you'll be selecting mentors and advisors based on their industry experience. You will be trying to get their experience into the project. That's basically the reason why you get them. And of course, the best thing that you want to have from them is basically access to them. So you want to be able to ask them to join your meetings. You want to be able to ask them questions and maybe ask them for some help and introductions. And the third part is, of course, employees. It's not third in terms of importance. It's just third usually in terms of being created in the startup. And there is nothing to be said about employees, because most of us started our life as employee at some company. So these are people who are just hired to get the salary and maybe some other compensations. And they have to perform their work duties. So they have much lower responsibility and much lower interest in the company's success, because for them, switching the company is very easy. They have their professional knowledge, which they can apply to any other company or maybe even industry in these cases. Let's start with the founding team. So if you're trying to make a perfect founding team, right now you are basically looking for like 3 roles. And when I say the perfect founding team of 3 roles, I don't mean that there should be only 3 persons. Sometimes all the 3 roles can be performed by 1 person. This person will be called a solo founder. But you can imagine how difficult and challenging the life would be for him. That's why investors usually stay away from investing into solo founders. Some of them have it in as a like hard limitation, so they do not consider companies. But right now the consensus is slightly moving, and people are starting to consider like maybe some of these roles can be represented by a hired person, and therefore it's not obligatory to have it as a founder, as a member of the founding team. Let's dive slightly into the roles, and then you'll understand if you have, like, if you as a founder have any of these roles, if you can combine all the 3 of them, or if you need some other combination of people in your team. So the visionary is like always, but not, oh, sorry, it's often but not always the CEO of the company, and the visionary is basically the driving force behind the company. So everyone does understand what we are building, what are the overall goals, but it's for the visionary to define what exactly steps we're taking, and basically to shine stars in the eyes of the employees, and to motivate people and to make them run, because make them run, not just slowly walk towards the goal. They're usually quite expressive. They're trying to be public. They try to stay in the spotlight, because they have to also deliver the image of the company to the general public. And that usually means that the visionary is not always careful about the details, or they're not detail-oriented people. And sometimes they take everything just in the bigger picture. Yet, they have the responsibility of the whole company, usually, because if they're playing the role of the CEO, which means that they have to kind of at least understand what's going on in the company in all the directions. The hustler, it's basically the arms and legs of the company, if you can call it this way. So the hustler is like both as the doer and the task maker of the group, because he is just trying to like set pace and make sure that things keep up. That's well, basically hustlers can also see as a bigger picture. That nobody says that they shouldn't, but they should be focusing on the smaller things. So if you think about like strategy, operations, and execution, so basically hustler would be something like operations, and trying to make sure that like all the stuff is being done properly. And also hustler is usually provided with this goal to do sales. Also, it's not always right, because in most cases it's the visionary who has to be doing the sales, because then you are properly applying your publicity and you're properly applying your ability to persuade people to do things together with you and to trust you. It's like all the early sales are usually about trust. And the hacker is more or less clear for everyone. So it's like the person who is basically doing the product itself. Since we're like speaking about startups, we usually speak about the technical part, the IT startup. Therefore, we think about somebody doing the actual technical work. If this is not an IT startup, for example, healthcare, then the hacker would be the person who is basically doing this role in another industry. So it can be a doctor or somebody else who knows exactly what's going on in the industry and how to solve the problem that that the company is trying to solve from the industry perspective, from the technical perspective, or from any more specific perspective. And basically, the hacker defines how valuable your product will be and how well made. So you have to be very careful when selecting the hacker. It's not only about the skills of technical stuff, but of technical execution, but also so-called soft skills, which are becoming more and more and more important nowadays. So I hope this gives you a better overview of the perfect founding team, but still, you have to start always with yourself. If you are a solo founder, or if you are the only founder at the initial stage who has the idea, you have to define your own role, and then you have to start looking for the co-founders. And that's a good question, like where to find them, because it's not that easy to do it if you don't know them already. And you know, relationship with co-founders are always compared with marriage, which means that you have to be really clear about what is ahead of you, and if you can go through not only through like good times, but also through bad times with all those co-founders, because you definitely don't want to lose a co-founder. It's an extremely bad sign for any investor. And if you look at Quora, for example, there are so many questions like, what shall I do? My co-founder is leaving the company and I don't know how to properly manage his exit, because like he handles the product. He is so responsible for this, or he was communicating with investors and so on. So when you are losing this part of the team, it's basically close to a collapse of the whole enterprise, unless you are on a more stable stage where you can just replace him with somebody from the professionals that you can hire. So this is like general picture about the founding team, because we can always go deeper. And like one of the biggest questions is like, how do we distribute shares between the team? But I don't think we need to touch it this now, because probably most likely we'll have it as a separate section, or we just have to go and look at the different models. It's just a bigger problem that I can touch at this 30 minutes time frame. So let's just move to the employees. If you're speaking about the employees, well, basically this logic applies also to the founders, but still you start thinking about the main business competencies that you need to cover in your company. Even if it's a small startup, most likely you will have them as well, or you start having all of them just as soon as you start real operations. So you can see at this picture, it's like sales and marketing, finance and accounting, human resource, R&D, production and operations, customer service, and IT and support. If you're an IT startup, okay, IT and support the main part of your business, but anyway, support will just stay here. So you have to start thinking which kind of role you can do yourself. And initially you are doing most of the roles within the founding team. So basically you start by splitting these functions through the founders, but then you start hiring specific people to play a specific role. And this approach is basically what makes you understand, you as a CEO or you as part of the founding team, makes you understand like how to execute it. And then you can define the actual tasks and the actual requirements to the person who will be taking this from you. And I found one good advice, which was saying that like you have to perform these actions unless they become so painful to perform for you that they just damage your performance in other areas. So you know that like giving it to somebody else who will be just doing it on a day-to-day basis on a salary, of course taking into account that you can pay one, will be more profitable for the company. When you're looking for employees, you have also to think about different personality types, because depending on the personality, every person will be suitable or not very suitable for a specific position. So like some people like to speak about like 6 types of personalities. The first one is somebody who is realistic, and usually he's named a doer. So it's someone who likes to work mainly with the hands and make and fix things, assembling, operating equipment, or maybe coding. Sometimes they prefer just working outdoors, or they can work with machines, tools, or some mechanical drawings. So it's basically somebody with an engineering mindset, engineering way of thinking. The second one is investigative. So it's a thinker, the most analytical part of the team, or part of the employee team. Because these people, they just love to study and solve issues. They love to dig into them and find the root cause of the problems. And therefore, they should be dedicated to the roles which require investigations, something like R&D, or maybe even sales, but at these stages when sales are a real puzzle to the company or to the team, and then you have to hack your way into effective sales. Then, of course, there are artistic people who are creators. This group of people usually value more expressive and independent activities. They admire the creative arts, something like music or writing, but of course, painting, design are also artistic things. And of course, you don't give engineering work to artistic people because that would be a real burden for them. The fourth one is a social or helper type of person. These are best people for support for HR in a proper implementation, because they like to support other people, and they like to kind of be assisting, providing services to others, helping them make career choices, or having them just solve their personal issues, whatever they can be. Then enterprising, or the persuader person. This is probably the role for the top manager position, because these people will be more likely to lead or persuade, and they basically are born to sell. Well, sales are another part of this, but again, as I said, if it's one-to-one sales, because if you are looking more for a mass sale effort, then you should think about investigative or thinker. And the conventional or an organizer, these are basically people who are perfect assistants, perfect chief of operating officers. So these are people who are taking care of all the operations, and they just are very well with numbers. So they're also good for finances, with records, with repetitive tasks, or this kind of thing that you have to do. So when you are looking for people for your team, make sure to kind of consider which kind of individual you're looking for, because people sometimes can misunderstand their own portrait, and therefore they can apply for positions that they're not suitable for. And the previous experience is not always a good indication of whether they can perform successfully in this role or not, because even in the same industry, different organizations can have different requirements to people. And even in the IT sector, I can speak for, senior developer in one company is totally different from a senior developer in another company, just because the processes are different and the requirements and approaches are just not the same. So imagine that you have built your team already, but still, if you remember the Henry Ford citation, you still have to keep your team strong and to continue working with the team. So the next question is how do you keep your team strong? And here is at least 9 points, but definitely you can make them 12 or shorten them, but these are just something that I kind of collected from several sources. So the first one, you as a founding team, I will speak about the collective body here, because maybe it will be visionary as a CEO, or maybe it will be just another person doing for his own sub part of the team. So you have to establish expectations, and you should do it from the day one. So nobody should come to a company not knowing what they will be doing. And this will ruin not only their productivity, but also the morale of the team. Then you have to respect your team members as individuals. That goes without an explanation. You have to promote connections with the team. Don't concentrate all the connections on yourself. If you are a CEO, try to make people engage together and cooperate on their level horizontally, because that will greatly improve the productivity, because you don't want to become a bottleneck of the operations. You have to practice emotional intelligence, and that's a really, really important thing, because emotional intelligence basically allows you to engage with people, not only on a formal level, also on a more deep level. And then motivate with positivity. It's maybe a continuation of the previous one, because you have to provide them with motivation, but this motivation should not be negative. So you should not punish them, think it will be good motivation to do work. If person is not doing their work, usually it's best way to fire them and start punishing and motivating them. Communication is a very important stuff, and try to communicate even those things that you would think are slightly secret, because this is only for the founding team. If you start trusting your people, even the employee cohort, they will start trusting you, and you'll definitely enjoy it. You have to look for ways to reward good work. And I don't speak about only money here, because money is probably not the only one. It's definitely not the only one reward that you can provide. So you have words that can provide rewards. You have shares that you can give to best performing people, or any other way of rewarding good work by promoting people. This is like another topic for an HR presentation. Very important, the team has to be diverse, and you have to diversify. You cannot limit yourself with the people from single background, or even a single country, or single nation, or even a single language or culture. The more diverse your team is, the better results you will get, because you will have a different perspective on the same problem, and you will be surprised how many perspectives can be on the simplest solutions or simplest approaches that you will be selecting. And if you have this diversity, people will definitely contribute to the diversity of the whole company. And then you will be able to just apply your idea to many, many other customers, or solve or get into other industries, or create other ideas. And of course, trust your teammates. That's another point which goes without saying. But what if it's not working? And that's another important topic, because it's not always working, both for the founding team, and like the reasons are listed here. So this can be like life-changing events. You can name it, whatever, from accidents to happy events like birth of child, or anything else. But people can move between countries, they can lose interest in some industries. So we have to be prepared for this. Conflicts, it's another topic. You can be conflicting with people, even if you had a perfect kind of marriage-like relationships at the beginning, you can still go into conflict, because people can be changing, and again, environments are changing, and requirements are changing. Then toxic behavior is something that you should never tolerate, and you should basically fire people immediately, because they will just ruin the whole team. And if you tolerate it once, that will be very difficult to like say to people that you're not tolerating it anymore. And like misdeeds is basically the extreme case of incorrect behavior. So like people doing crime, or stealing something, or blaming, speaking gossips about people. And so it's just not toxic behavior. It's basically violating other people, other workers, or other team members' space. So what can you do in this case? First of all, you have to protect the interest of your own company. And sometimes it means like ruining or hiding your own ego. But the company is what matters to you if you're part of the founding team, because if investors see that you protect the company, it basically means for them that you protect their money, and they're more ready to invest in you. And sometimes it also means not only protecting the cash of the company, but maybe spending it a little bit, just like giving some exit bonuses for people whom you want to like avoid and never have in your team. You should always have an emergency plan, like at least in your head. It's not obligatory to have it in writing, but you have to know like what will happen if this co-founder doesn't work with me anymore, and how will I solve this problem? And of course, the most important is you have to stay open and communicate proactively with other team members, because if you are not communicating the reasons, of course, the public ones, you should not speak about something personal, but you have to be open, like why this person is leaving, or why you're making this and that decision, and basically trying maybe even to get some support from team members. So maybe trying to get their point of view on the situation, and that will be a very good exercise for building the whole team and promoting the whole team spirit, and it will help you avoid other parallel losses that may happen when one person is leaving and he's trying to take other team members together with him, because like, people try to polarize the team, especially if they are some kind of manager, and then they're trying to ruin the company because they feel like if they are being oozed away, then they actually try to fight back and do as much damage as possible. That was it. I could tell in a 30-minute time span. So as we say in the Founder Institute, it's time to build now. So just go and do your work. And I hope my advice would be useful for you. So I'm stopping the demo now. And let me see if we have any questions Like I have accepted this. No, I don't see anything.
And I got a message from Alexandra. She is actually running a little bit late, so we do have just a little bit of time. Let me check with Anna, one of our volunteers, if there are any questions. Anna? Are there any questions from the volunteers that have been typed into the chat?
I don't see them. I don't see them, so probably not. But anyway, Don, maybe you have some questions. Like you said about hackathons.
So in the context, and I know you put a lot of different personality types in there. Do you have any advice, especially in the because Alexandra just did join during the they're going to do a speed dating event. They're going to meet somebody in 30 seconds. People often talk, what is your favorite, football team or beer? What should they ask in that 30 seconds? Just a really quick response.
Oh, no, but actually, I don't know. Definitely, I usually stay open. I usually try to get any personal feeling. For me, it's more important this non-verbal communication that happens during these 30 seconds. So it doesn't matter what exactly topic you're discussing. You cannot deliver information in 30 seconds, but you can definitely feel that it's the right person. And it's like the smile and all these mimics and the way person reacts to your concerns or your objections. It's also very important. And there is one saying that I didn't mention during my speech, but let me just say it. The best partners that you can have is a partner with whom you had at least one fight which resolved safely, meaning that like you were so close to fighting each other, but then you continued working together. This is the best partner because you know already like how far you can go. You don't want to go there anymore. You always stay polite. At least it's a toxic behavior. We've spoken about it.
Perfect. Well, we'll wrap it up there. And Sergey, again, thanks so much for all your help over yesterday and today. And we'll see you at the next event.
Thank you. Bye.
Alexandra. So I bought you a little bit of time because I thought you were running late. So fantastic. All right, so Alexandra with Startup Wise Guys. For those who weren't on the panel discussion yesterday, I'll let you do a little bit of an introduction, let everyone know what Startup Wise Guys has coming up in the near future. And then you were going to be going through, we combined two different topics together. One topic was going to be pitch decks and one-pagers, and the other was actually how to pitch. So they fit together perfectly, and so it's just now a 1 hour session with Alexandra on that. So I'm gonna let you take over.
Don't run away yet, please. I just have a few questions, and thank you so much for welcoming and for everyone who is listening. Yes, I had this beautiful ride to the Unit City, and then halfway there, I realized that I have to run back home to present from Zoom. But anyways, Dawn, just one question. Yeah, I see that we have 5 participants here. Is there anyone else listening on that, or that's all?
So we are live streaming to YouTube and Facebook. So the 5, that's the tech team that you are seeing. So yeah, this is we've had a couple of issues with the feed this morning, and that's all the mechanism.
But basically, so I can't communicate with the audience in a way, right? So I can't ask questions because there's no one to ask.
Correct. So it's coming back through YouTube. So you're monologuing.
Okay, that's my monologuing. That's exciting, but that's good. We'll make it. All right, that's fine. Okay, then let me try sharing my screen first, and then you disappear so that I check if everything works, if you see everything as well.
Perfect.
I will try to share video, and then I will probably ask the tech team who will be watching me to check if, I don't know, the sound works or something.
Okay.
But meanwhile, let me share my screen, and I hope that it works.
Yep, so I see your screen, you're good to go.
Good, thank you so much. All right. Okay, then hello everyone, whoever is watching. I don't see you, but I hope you're there. So my name is Alexandra, and I'm from Startup Wise Guys. And let's get over this 1 hour session with the one-pagers and pitch deck and the pitching. But let's see. So probably it's fair to start with a bit of the introduction of Startup Wise Guys. And to those who don't know us, we were born out of Estonia in 2012. So actually next year is our 10 years anniversary. So we will be 10 years old, which is, I think, quite a good number already. And over these years, there's one thing that probably never changed, except for this one small word that was changed 3 weeks ago. So out of the very first days of Startup Wise Guys, we were here to help founders become entrepreneurs and to help them build great international companies. And 3 weeks ago, we actually adapted a bit of our mission, and we are now helping entrepreneurs to build great international sustainable companies as well. But that's a separate story. A bit of the numbers. So we were born out of Estonia. We were in 2012. Since then, we ran already 25 accelerator batches. So we have something around 500 founders in our network. We've invested in 235 portfolio companies. And as of now, we have 5 exits and counting. So we have some more, hopefully, coming soon. I don't know, soon or not that soon, but hopefully soon. We are really proud about this 77% survival rate number. It never changed through years. Actually, it might be sometimes 76, sometimes 79, but overall, out of 10 companies that we're working with in the batch, 7 are alive and operating through these 9 years, but soon 10 years of our story. So probably a bit of myself, right? Who am I here for you to listen? I am Alexandra Balkova. I am from Ukraine, but I work with Startup Wise Guys across the globe for the past 3.5 years. And since 2018, I was running the batches as managing director of the batch, of several batches, which means that in these 3.5 years, I ran personally 5 batches and was a part of one more, so 6 in total. So I personally helped, grow, or at least I helped, hopefully 60 startups from 21 countries. And as of 2021, so a bit less than half a year ago, I transitioned into the new role. So now I'm a head of portfolio at Startup Wise Guys. So I'm taking care not of 60 startups, but of our 235 startups from 43 countries, and of all the batches that we invested in and we ran, including the direct investments. But back to our topic. So today I am going to talk about this interesting things as one-pager, investor deck, and the pitching, basically. These topics were kind of combined, they are now combined into one hour. However, we'll try to divide them into 2 parts. Into the kind of first part will be about the one-pager and investor deck, and the second will be about the pitching. And this, I hope you're entertaining yourself with watching this Giphy, but basically there are 3 things, right, that I'm talking about right now. But why I'm talking about this is basically for you, if you're already in talks with investors, and this is the moment, this is the question that should take you think and should take you to this documents we will be discussing now. They will also, you're communicating with investor, right? And they're basically after the first either meeting or call, or maybe you just, meet somebody on the conference, maybe. And then they're saying, okay, like something, maybe you're doing something interesting, send me something. And that send me something usually can go into 2 parts, let's imagine. So the first part, I'd say that, well, I don't know if 90% of startups, but I will probably a lot will just send the pitch deck. This is one document that is in minds of startups forever and ever, and which is fine. However, if you, for example, went through the acceleration programs, I don't know, as ours, or you just digged a bit deeper into different types of investment documents, then this question of, can you send me something, might lead you to the one-pager, investor one-pager, sales one-pager, pitch deck, slide deck short version or long version, or the profit and loss statement, the financials, pitch video, product video, website, cap table, financials, business plan. And there is like plenty of different things that you can send. And the good question is what exactly you're sending. If they ask you to send something, where do you start? What do you need to send? What do you don't need to send? And why at all you need to have all these things? And let me try to start with the why. First thing is that there's actually a lot of documents, except for the pitch deck, that you must have as a startup if you already decided to go and talk with investors. Why you should have those is basically to actually be able to respond fast on the ask. So it's not like you're talking with investors and then they ask you to send something and then you go and prepare something. No, you prepare everything in advance and then you go and talk with investors, so that you actually showing that you are well prepared, that you thought through the process, that you know what to do with things, and that you actually well, again, coming back to the well-prepared part, right? So you are reacting fast, one thing. Second thing, you are kind of even shortening time between the ask and the investment. It's not always true, but coming back to the first point, when you are able to react fast, you are saving time for yourself as well, because preparing these documents take time. The third thing is to impress, which means that you cannot imagine, or maybe you can imagine how many startups do not have these documents prepared in advance, and they do take time between several days to several weeks to prepare something. And these have like, by default, this rings like kind of like an orange flag for investor, which just shows that the startup is not has not done its homework, simply. And the fourth part, which is actually very important, is to answer too many questions for yourself. Because when you're going through all the documents that you have to prepare as a startup, you are getting your basically you help yourself to know your product better, way better. But coming back to the topic, one pager can be different. One pager is basically a one-page document, right? And please remember that the one pager it can be different, and there are different types of one pagers. A sales one pager that you prepare for your potential customers is definitely not the same that investor one pager. And today we will be talking about the investor part, so don't mix things. Today I'm talking only about the investor one pager. And the pitch deck that you're sending to investors when they ask you to send something is not the same as the investor deck or the slide deck. They're actually different documents. So you kind of can't have a pitch deck as an answer for everything. You need to have different documents. I would hope to get from the audience some questions here, but well, my bad that I didn't know that I'm presenting online today. But anyways, I will jump a little bit on this pitch deck and slide deck differences before we go to the one pager part. But if to zoom out and to answer what exactly is so different in between the pitch deck and the slide deck is that the pitch deck, as you can read from the screen, answers the question, why should anyone care? And the slide deck answers the question is, why should anyone invest? There are actually two different types of two different aims, and they're solving the problems in different kind of even circumstances. So the pitch deck is something that supports you when you have an in-person meeting and you are talking with the investor on one-on-one or in the conference, and you're talking from stage or sharing your deck in today's world online. And your main idea for the pitch deck is to get the interest. And for the slide deck, you actually have to share way more information, and you have to answer the question on why that person who is reading your deck on this different side of the screen will or should invest in your company. So, but we'll get to the slide deck and pitch deck slightly later, right? So the one pager, the document that I don't know why, but actually that so many startups, well, they not like they hate it, but they really, really don't like it, or they don't have it in many cases, or they just don't care about it too much. Different reasons behind. However, and I also know that there's many people that are actually not using the investor one pager not that often. However, my personal opinion, it's like with business cards. Some people say that you in today's world, you don't need to have any business cards, and I believe that myself as well, that it's also like, you know, we're going paperless, etc. But some people, and if you know that your target audience and the one specific investor would actually prefer having your business card, then you have to have it ready. But for the investor one pager itself, I'm talking here right now with the investors hat on, and believe me, this is the most convenient way to make an introduction, for example, of a startup to another investor. In this case, you're not sending those large documents that they might not even care about, but you're sending an executive summary, something that will help them understand what exactly you're doing with all the main parts at once. And it is so simple and so fast, you can imagine. And basically, if you met an investor and you didn't have yet a long meeting with someone, you just actually sending in one pager treated as also as your company business card, so that but targeted for investors. In this case, you get their attention instantly because you're sharing in super fast way all the main things that they should know about your company before going deeper into details. So what should it be there? As I partly mentioned, so basically it is a high-level overview, so that it's an executive summary. It is something that helps them, that you are saving time for them to get to know your company. And people do like saving time because not that many people have time or can spend on going through this long, 15 pages presentations that are not well prepared, that don't answer all the questions properly, that are hard to read, and that are just taking so much time. So I personally receive sometimes requests from startups. Can you look through my pitch deck, or like maybe I can pitch you my company, and you would share if we are fit for you. No, guys, I really don't have time to look through random things, right? Especially if this thing is a long presentation. So you send me one page of overview of what you do. I look through it over maybe 3 minutes, not 3 minutes, but 3 seconds, 30 seconds, something. And that's how I can instantly answer you, yes or no, this is something that is interesting or not. Shall we continue our discussion or not? So please just believe me, even if you don't like this document, have it, prepare it, have it somewhere. and it's super easy to change as long as you have changes in your company, so that you're growing your revenue, your attraction, and you're changing this one number on one page. It's definitely simpler than to change the whole presentation. So there are two parts that I kind of divided that thing. So what should be on that one pager? And that's the problem solution part. What is the problem? What is the solution? So what is your company exactly doing to solve that solution? Value proposition, uniqueness about how exactly your solution is unique and what exactly you're offering for the customers. Traction or monthly recurring revenue or just revenue. MRR is obviously not everyone would have the MRR. You might have different business models, right? But the traction, so do you have, I don't know, customers at all? Do you have some LOIs? Do you have some partners? Do you have some negotiations happening? So anything that would define that your company is is already not the idea stage, right? So first thing that we need to understand, if this is what you're sharing is just the idea and you don't have anything behind it, or this is something already tangible and you already did some work with it. A team, you still can fit your team on your one pager. Not that if you have 100 people team, but the founding team. If you have your, I don't know, CEO, CTO, COO, usually, right? 3 people, ideal scenario, 2 people, good. Picture, and then LinkedIn, name LinkedIn, so that it's also clickable and the investor can look through it and look through your profiles on LinkedIn. Links and contact information, basically your website, email. I myself, so some people are putting already also the phone number there. I don't know. It's also, well, it's kind of up to you. It depends. I myself, I don't believe that anyone would ever call you after looking through the one pager. So I would prefer having less information so that the page is also clear and you don't overload it with text. But yeah, what you can decide. You can decide. But I would go for the email only. Important. What kind of email? The email of the CEO. Why? Because statistically, usually, and it's kind of, that's how the world works. Usually the CEO is the one who is fundraising. Don't put info at, so don't put these general emails that are not personalized. It's kind of a bad habit, not a habit, there's a word, there's a different word, but it's kind of, well, yeah, and it kind of doesn't help you build trust in a way. So the investors must know who they will be contacting, if they will be contacting after you send the one pager. For one thing, of course, you might ask maybe if you would be with me in the same room, if I send this one pager through email, they have my email, right? But imagine that that's somebody else who is making an introduction for you. Either it's one of your, I don't know, friends, founders, other startups who is making an introduction to their investors, or that's another investor, whatever. Please have your own CEO's email address there. The ask on the right part here, right, as you see. The ask is how much, basically your financials, and the ask for the funding. Why so? Again, because usually if you're going after investors, it kind of by default means that you're already fundraising. Otherwise, why would you talk with investors? Start here. However, sometimes you can be not yet in the fundraising mode, and this is also a really good thing to start talking with investors before you aim to fundraise. But in this case, in this ask part, you're still sharing that you're aiming to fundraise in Q1 2022, for example, or you already fundraised this amount of money and you have these investors back to you, but maybe you're not there yet. And in this case, you just, so basically two options. First option, you're fundraising right now, and then you're putting your target number there, and you're putting your what you want to fundraise, and for where would you spend the money, or you're putting, we're aiming to fundraise in this quarter this amount of money, for example. The maybe part, the second part here, so what you can potentially include on the one pager as well: competition and your competitive advantage, business model, market size or target markets, and investors and advisors that you have. Again, it's in the maybe part. If you have not fundraised before ever, and this is your first time, obviously you won't have investors there, but you might have advisors, and then you can put it there. If you have fundraised, it's actually recommended to share some backed by and logos of, because this gives you credibility as well. Show them the examples, and that's another part that I will try to share my screen again and go through one example. Interesting if you still see my screen or not. I hope you do, but give me one moment to understand what's happening here. Okay, we'll stop sharing my screen and then I will start sharing it again. Okay, this part, I need this part. And I think, yes, participants can now see your, okay, I hope that you see it. These are old one-pagers, so don't worry. And they're still, so they're outdated. So they're still confidential, but they're outdated. So it's fine if you see those. Okay, so I will share just one example. So how might it look like? So you see the, on the bottom screen, you see the contacts and the website. You see the ask on the right side. So it's, you see also where the money they would spend it for. So to expand the team, marketing, production. So like when exactly it should happen. So this deck is from 2019, not deck, the one pager. Then you see that the why companies need it. So that's the kind of problem solution part. Companies using the product, your traction, a few words about the market, team, and the contacts of the team. And basically that's it. And then they know who to contact to, who are these people, and this gives an instant at-glance overview of your company. And I will come back to the presentation. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. So I am done with the one-pagers part and the examples. And we have something like half an hour left, right? I will try to go faster. First, so breathe in, breathe out, and I will also take a sip of the water, if I may. You obviously can contact me after and ask questions about the one-pagers or anything else that I'm talking about here. So you can ask what was unclear. But yeah, so let's go further and let's go to the investor deck. If you remember, I was sharing previously in the beginning that there is a difference between the pitch deck or the investor deck or the slide deck. So usually the investor deck is the one that is defined the slide deck. However, the hard part or the difficult part here is that they might still, by they, I mean investors, might still call it, like tell you, share with me the pitch deck. So the pitch deck is the most commonly used term. But so please know it yourself in the background of your brain, that if somebody is asking you to share the pitch deck, then you're sharing the defined slide deck. What's the difference again? So the pitch deck is something that helps you to go over your company on the one-on-one meeting, so that when you are talking and you're expressing yourself and then you're sharing the information about your company, and then in this case, the slides are just the background help for your words. But the investor deck can be read by itself, which means that you're sending it over email, and that person will not see you, will not ask you questions, will not be able to ask you questions, right, while he or she is reading the deck. And but he or she will still be able to understand very clearly what exactly your company does, so that basically your deck answers all the main questions that they might have about your company. Another part is, yes, and to finalize this part is that, which means that don't be afraid of actually putting some explanatory text with like type text on the deck, on the slides, because I know that sometimes startups are going with some visualization, which is fine and which actually is a right thing to do when you're going with a presentation on the stage or on the one-on-ones. But when, again, remember that the person will be reading your deck, not knowing probably zero about your company, and everything should be so clear that you don't need to explain. So put text, don't be afraid of putting 1-2 sentences of explaining what each slide means. The second part, this deck will be shared among the fund partners, probably, most likely. So treat this document as still as a kind of marketing material in a way, right? So this document should answer questions, but also create the interest. And also just be aware of not putting extremely sensitive data in the like introductory, in the slide deck that is used for introductions with people in the first context, for example, right? Because in this case, well, again, just decide what you are okay with them to be shared with other partners in the fund, or maybe with other investors. Yeah, so a few things going back to the meaning of this document, right? So main things, the deck introduces the problem and the value proposition of your solution. It gives quite a lot of information, so your research and the needed data on the market opportunity and your unfair advantage. What does it mean? It means that this is a market opportunity, but there's also plenty of competitors that are doing the same thing, but you also must put explanation of why you are that one company that will make it unlike others, unlike your competition, or that they will make, or that you will make it maybe not globally at first, but on specific markets, on some geographies, but basically define how you're different and try to make it clear. Remember that the team, especially for early stage companies, is one of the most important things that everyone are looking through, which means that you don't only put your, this round pictures of your team members with your name and your job position. This is not enough. So what is enough is that when you're putting your team picture all together, you're putting your LinkedIn profiles so that they're, again, as well as in the one pager, they're clickable, and investors can go deeper into your LinkedIn profile and actually see your expertise, so what you worked with before. And also put more data on where you are experts. So actually share those a few words on, okay, like I worked, I don't know, 7 years in, I don't know, logistics, and that's why I'm starting the logistical company or something, right? Or I worked with this brands or with these customers. Basically, there should be a team product fit in a way, right? So there should be a connection between you as people and the why you started this company, so your expertise. Investor deck also this like goes a bit deeper into the go-to-market strategy. Unlike the pitch deck, in the pitch deck you have 3 minutes and you're usually presenting yourself, right? And then you don't have too much time to go to all the details. But in the investor deck, you are explaining actually, so this is what we have now. This is what we are aiming at in the upcoming 3 to 6 months. That's why these types of customers, these are negotiations, that's how we do it, that's which the geographies, yeah, so as much things as possible. And it also includes your vision, because the company, the vision shows how you think bigger or big enough, and it actually should show that you are thinking big enough. One very popular mistake that startups do on while they're first time founders, sometimes, again, statistically, I'm not saying that everyone are doing the same mistake, but statistically, there's too many people focusing on the local market, a lot, too many, so that you're sharing, you know, like, this is Ukraine, and this is how we do our things in Ukraine right now, and this is, you know, how we will expand to different cities, and that's how we will conquer Ukraine over, I don't know, 3 years. If you're among that audience, please know that if you're already talking with venture capital investors or business angels, nobody cares about Ukraine. Not that nobody cares about Ukraine, right? But nobody cares about your one market. Ukraine is one market, and it's your home market if you're a Ukrainian startup and you're trying to explain Ukraine. A startup is something that grows and scales. And the success goes actually not to the one that is first on the market, but to the one that scales first. So you, even if you're just starting, you actually should think where you're going broader, how you're breaking the borders, how you're expanding. Basically, don't underestimate the meaning and the value of the mission of your company and the vision of your company. If talking about specific things, and I think, again, just one jump back, when I was talking about the one-pager, I also shared with you the kind of structure. But in that case, in this case, and the in-pitch deck case, this is kind of, again, standard things. However, it's your job to be creative about it and to stand out. So my advice usually goes to, if you've never done this before, then go first with the standard structure. So create your information about your company based on these things. And then when you have when you have this done as standard, then you can go creative, and then you can, you know, change the places, the order of your slides, or put something additional or exclude something, right? But this is just the kind of the skeleton of things that you should have. When that's in an introduction in the deck that is aimed to share the information about your company first time ever, so that your investor doesn't know about your company. Basically, if it is the first meeting or the first call or the first email or the second email, right? So you didn't have anything in detail, then that's the short version of the deck. It's up to, I don't know, 15 slides, maybe 12 to 15, sometimes 20, but I'd say that 20 is actually already too much. So the first one still should be short enough. And then if you have, if you're going to discussion and they ask you to share more details, then you have the third version of your deck, which consists of, 30 slides or 40 slides, and it have everything there. But first, start from small. So your title, obviously. So what your startup is, problem, solution, product, what exactly you're doing, maybe with a demo, link on the demo, for example, demo which is short actually as well. Remember that you don't need to film a demo video of your product that is 10 minutes long. Try to make it up to 3 minutes. Why now? I actually think I had to mark it in red. So the why now is answers the timing question. Why what you're building now makes sense now, why you're not too late on the market, why you're not too early on the market. So try to find trends. What is happening right now in the world that helps your product, that will help your product catch the wave. I heard somebody was making this like making this parallel between a startup and a surfer, so that the surfer who is trying to catch the wave, right? So you are on the surfing board and you're lying in the sea, and there's a wave coming. I don't know if you did it or if you tried surfing or not. So you need to paddle first fast enough, and then you have to catch this moment to catch the wave. And that's when you're standing on your board, and that's how you're riding the wave. Because if you will be too early of paddling and standing on your board, then the wave will damage you. Right? So the wave will go over your head, and you will end up somewhere under the water. And then if you are too late, then the wave will already go first, and then you will be still paddling, trying to catch it, but you will never catch it. And that's actually exactly how it happens with startups. You need to know why you're doing what you're doing now, today. Why do you think that the wave will still come? So you're starting it not when the wave of all the competitors already somewhere in front of you, and there's this plenty of companies that are solving something, but why you got the trend, you caught the trend, and you might be the one catching the wave. Too many wave words, and I might be missing surfing. But anyways, what was there? It was the why now. So market, you can read this, right? Market, competition, business model. You read this file. About the fundraising, why I want to point 10 fundraising. Again, coming back a bit, if you're already talking with investors, if you're already sharing your deck with investors, which means that this means that they assume that you want something from them. And usually you want money and expertise, maybe. It's good if you want the expertise. So again, common mistake is when you're putting this, I want to fundraise 100K and that's it. But they need to know the details. They need to know you're fundraising 100K for which amount of time, for when do you expect this to use these funds, for how long? So usually it's actually 18 months. It's again a standard. It can be more or less, but it's again the industry standard. And also don't forget, so use of funds, where you will use this money. Remember in the one pager, I was sharing the marketing team scaling and something else like product development, right? And also the results. Again, this is a super common mistake when you're only sharing what do you want to raise, but you're not sharing what do you want to achieve with those money. What does it mean? Is that you're aiming at 100K, you have right now, I don't know, 5,000 monthly recurring revenue, for example, and with 100K, you're aiming to get to, I don't know, 30K. monthly recurring revenue, so that they know what are your expectations on the use of funds and where this money will get you. Okay. Team slide. Don't forget about it. It's one of the most important slides. Contacts. Again, your website, phone number, email, something, and a few annexes if you need that. For example, a case study is actually super useful. So if you have a very complicated product or a B2B, I don't know, corporate something, and you might have a free pilot running, and then you're sharing a case study of that pilot that you ran before or you're currently running. So what's the company, what's the, I don't know, well, yeah, your company, your customer that you have this case study with, what was the problem, what's the solution? Basic, again, like, you know, what's this case study is. This is super useful because examples help people understand what you're doing. Okay. And we are done with investor deck. I will not show you the examples of the investor decks, but there are some, and we can go over it if you ask me separately.
Actually, Alexandra, if you don't mind, I want to ask, but before you move on from it, what do you think about, you've got annexes there. One of the things that I see is anticipating investor questions. So you've got backup of market data and other things, but you know, what has your experience been there, or because oftentimes, you know, you want to keep things so simple in the deck, you know, you're likely to get asked questions. Do you have a recommendation there?
If I understood correctly, so the question is, in general, is there a need in annexes, or if it's even better to keep the interest without sharing more information? Is it correct?
Yes. Yeah. So oftentimes in an annex, if there's a lot of data, you know, you bury that in the annex, but it's more an appendix. It's additional information, mm-hmm. And it usually the slides you're trying to keep clean and simple. But if an investor, if you're thinking about how this pitch is going to go, and you know the investor is likely to ask a question, you can have same or a similar slide just with all those additional details, so it makes it easier. And just wondered if if you recommend that, or just to touch on that.
So there are two things here. So first, I do recommend having annex slides for the personal meeting, for the one-on-ones, when you actually can talk and answer the questions in person. In this case, again, it might be already this more complicated deck with a bit more information. In this case, you kind of seem that, okay, you know what are the most common questions that you receive usually, and then you have this 1-2 answers already ready, prepared there. That's one thing in case you have the one with the personal meeting. For this type of decks, the investor deck that I was initially talking about, the one that you sent over email, the annexes are, from my perspective, again, it's up to the startup to decide. It's fine to have, but it's important not to exactly what you said, not to overload it with information. What does it mean? Is that you have, like, not that you have all the data in the annexes, all the details, all the market research data, and the annexes are going more for 10, 20 pages more, right? So it's more like 1 or 2 additional things, maybe just a little bit to help to understand. So I'm up for the case study as one thing, and then maybe for this a bit of the research, just to show that what you're showing in one of the previous slides on the market opportunity, for example, is not coming out of the blue, but you actually did this type of research, and here it is. So it's more like a proof of your homework done.
Right, but if we put this in the context of a hackathon or an incubator where you might only have 3 minutes to pitch, you definitely have to decide what information you're going to put in you and what you're going to leave out. So that's where I think the backup slides or index, if you only have 3 minutes, we have to focus on this, and they're probably going to ask these are the things we didn't cover. So that's
Yes,
where.
but that's about the 3-minute pitch that you're pitching through. This is the deck that I'm talking about, the one that you're sending over email, and you don't
Right.
have one-on-one contact. So you actually, there is no limit of time of going through this specific deck.
Right.
So for the 3 minutes, it should be less, and there should not be any annexes just for the Q&A in case it happens.
Okay, you actually don't recommend that.
For the
For a 3-minute pitch, for a hackathon.
Yeah, for the 3-minute, so if there is a Q&A that that happens, in this case, again, there is different options. So for the one, so there are conferences where you have 3 minutes and then they turn off your actually screen, and then you're just answering the questions in person. And it's really good to ask the organizers to ask, like, for the Q&A, I will still have my screen behind me so that if I get some question, I can show it. So I think it's super fine. And I actually like if there's one additional information that the person commonly asked question that is prepared on the screen. So I am up for it. However, again, if there is none, I don't know. So from my perspective, I'm up for additional things.
Okay. I just felt before you moved on that was good to put in, because again, the focus of the boot camp is really hackathons and accelerators. And from my experience, not only inside Demium but out, it really impresses investors that I've talked to, that if a team kind of thinks about what they're likely to get asked and they've got a backup slide that's prepared, it really shows that, this is a team that has really well thought about this and it's put together. So my advice is definitely your point to, if you're emailing it, that's a very different context, but in the context of a hackathon, or, it's 3-minute pitch, 5-minute Q&A, the better, usually maybe a slide, you can show something in 20 seconds, where to explain it is going to take you the whole 5 minutes. So, okay, I didn't want to belabor that. I'm going to let you go back into and
there's a live person here, so I'm up for talking more. But I have 9 minutes left, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to let you go on, but.
Okay, so if I have 9 minutes left, I will try to do the following. Let me think. So I have 9 minutes. So I will share with the Demium team the deck, obviously, and then there will be links for the presentations to watch. Over 9 minutes, I will probably try to share one YouTube pitch, which will take 3 minutes.
Okay.
I will try to share it with the audio. So I don't know if it's even doable, actually, to share with.
If you start it and there's no audio, I'll let you know.
Sorry?
If you start it and I don't hear anything, I'll let you know.
Okay, let me try. One moment. If it doesn't work, then it's fine, and then there will be links to watch after. Okay.
This is actually a good thing. When you do pitch, especially, expect things are going to go wrong. Expect that your computer's going to crash, have something saved in a drive folder or a Dropbox or a thumb drive, because something is going to go wrong. The better prepared you are for things going wrong. So this is a prime example. So
yeah, that's true. Okay, so how do you, fingers crossed for, I need to share sound, and let me try. Let me know. I hope there will be no echo or something. But okay, should be 3 minutes.
Question: anyone here from Lithuania? So you must be cheering twice as loud for the next team, as it's this city from Lithuania.
E-commerce giants Amazon and Alibaba completely changed the way we shop online. You can buy an item in one click and expect to get it the same day. And soon, it will be as fast as 1 hour. And all of that sounds great, right? However, not so for small and medium business owners, because 1 out of 4 customers abandon shopping cart if same-day delivery is not available. And these business owners are struggling to find a solution because traditional courier companies and postal services cannot yet match the speed due to bottlenecks in their infrastructure. Just look at the distribution centers. And to be honest with you, scale of the problem is massive. It's widespread all across Europe as 80% of e-shops want to, but cannot offer same-day deliveries. But I have good news for you. We at ZetaCity have found a scalable way how to crowdsource delivery fleets in every major European city. And the best part, we have technology for businesses of all sizes to use it and deliver packages in 42 minutes. Guys, just 42 minutes. That's faster than Amazon Prime can do right now. In return, these businesses are paying us per delivery fee or buying subscription packages to get volume discounts. And you know what? They are loving it. We are growing by 30% in monthly recurring revenue for 4 months in a row and just closed January with almost 6K in monthly recurring revenue. And if you look at our delivery numbers, last month, on average, we did 40 deliveries a day and reached 1,200 deliveries a month. And we are not stopping here. On Monday, we are launching our operations in Tallinn, and next, we are moving to Riga, after which we'll go to Poland, a country with 8 cities, over 300,000 people in population. And just look at our client pipeline. We have e-commerce companies like Telia. We have food delivery companies like Wolt. We have grocery companies like Barbora. And surprise, surprise, even traditional courier companies like DPD wants to use ZetaCity for same-day deliveries. And we have a team of logistics geeks. We are trusted by startup wise guys and an investor from Uber and Instacart. And now, it's your chance to join. We are raising 250K to reach over 51,000 in monthly recurring revenue over the next 18 months. Thank you. I'm Laimonas, CEO and co-founder of ZetaCity.
Okay. So, back to these slides. And I will try to go super fast in some kind of overview of what we've just seen. One moment. Yep. Yep. So there is there will be more pitches to watch, but I will ask you to watch it on your own free time and try to get this couple of things. So when you're pitching on stage or after the hackathon or somewhere, there are 5 things that I would recommend you to pay attention to. Excitement, clarity, information, well, that the pitch is memorable and actionable. What does it mean? If we would go over the deck the pitch that we just saw in a bit more details, then you probably would agree that when the founder was pitching, you actually could see that he has a lot of energy when talking about his startup. That is the company, and that's also like a picture from 2018 or 19. So there's actually lots of things changed since that time, and the company is nicely growing. So there's different things now. And they were the winner the TechChill startup competition. And I know, like, that's the founder from our portfolio, and I was the director at the batch, at his batch when he was with us. And he's actually super humble, and he's very, I don't know, quiet or attentive as well. So he's like, he can be, when you meet him, he can be even, might have an impression of, I don't know, even too calm or even slightly boring person in a way. And then when we saw him on stage pitching, that was completely different. I would not expect that energy and that excitement coming from that guy that I know personally. But why I'm paying so much attention to it? Because you have to, if you remember, I started from the fact that the pitch decks are answering the question, why should anyone care about what you're doing? And the first step to answer this question is for you to show that you care about what you're doing. So you're not only sharing the numbers or the facts, but you actually believe in something so much that the audience that listens to you will be inspired by you and will want to know more and will want to talk with you more. So try to even train it yourself when you're maybe training the pitching at home or the hackathon. Maybe you have 5 minutes before the pitch, but try to be energized and share this energy with the audience. This will help a lot.
And actually, I'm gonna jump in there, Alexandra, and end up, but I'll put a note on that. That excitement, especially the numbers he was giving, are not impressive. I mean, they are 40% month over month, but 500% growth to go from 1 customer to 5 customers is amazing. It's 500% growth, but it's only 4 more customers.
Yep.
But when it's got that excitement, it really draws people in. So it is a really, really big thing. So we'll share the deck. I know they've got a Telegram chat going where they're sharing everything in. So if you want to share that, I'll make sure the team gets that out. Again, thank you so much for all of your help and support for this event. And I know we've worked with Wise Guys on other things with USF in the past, and definitely look forward to the next one as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alexander.
If I can answer more questions additionally somewhere, I would be happy to do it.
All right, fantastic.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just disappearing, right?
Yep.
So,
perfect. Thanks, Alexandra.
have a good day. Ciao.
So now I want to introduce everyone to Martin Olsik, who is with Techstars. Very glad to have you joining us, and I know I've been talking to you. You've kind of been all over the Europe for the most part over the last 2 weeks. So I know you've been really busy. Thank you for taking the time. So I'm going to let you talk a little bit about your background, give yourself an intro, and then let people know about Techstars. I'm not sure. I know you haven't had time to watch the whole event. We had Y Combinator yesterday that kind of helped explain how they run and operate, and same thing, that's what you're going to be doing with Techstars, especially for how people that are in Ukraine, that Techstars doesn't necessarily have a presence in Ukraine, how they can get connected and involved.
Sounds very good. Can I share my screen for the presentation, or?
Yeah.
Awesome. So are we live already, or I was still
we are live. We're good to go. So as soon as you start, I'm going to drop out and let you take over.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can see my screen. Let me go full mode.
Yeah, so I see your screen and you are now in present mode. You're good to go.
Okay, wonderful. So Don, thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Martin Olsik. As Don mentioned, I'm managing director at Techstars, currently running the program in Turin since 2 years, actually. Before doing that, I was in Amsterdam and in Berlin running 2 other programs. And yeah, before joining Techstars, I was in your shoes, I guess. So I was a founder myself. I created 4 companies, 1 in Asia, 3 out of Germany, actually. So one failed after raising funding from several VCs, building a technology, growing nicely. We didn't manage to find product market fit. So a big learning here. I had 2 profitable companies. One of them is still running, and one tech company raised 2 rounds of venture capital, and we were acquired. And after that, I decided to join Techstars to invest in companies and help others. I'm Eastern European myself, so I was born in Poland, raised in Poland, moved to Germany when I was 10. And yeah, since then spent the last years in technology, investment banking in different areas, helping other companies, raising funds for my companies. I was an investment banker in previous life, so helped also many companies to be acquired, to do an IPO, etc. So yeah, happy to be here. So I will talk today about the Techstars, about my program in Turin, and also like if there is time to give you questions, or feel free to reach out to me. So for those who do not know us, we started in 2006 by David Cohen, by David Brown, with 3 simple ideas. We think that entrepreneurs create the future, collaboration drives innovation, and great ideas can come from anywhere. So that's a big difference to many other programs. We are operating programs across the globe, not just in Silicon Valley. And actually, the mission is very similar today. So we think that we want to make innovation accessible to everyone in every corner of the world. We do it by simply connecting startups with capital, of course, with investors, with our investment, with corporations, cities, and we're creating a more sustainable and inclusive world. So we currently run 45, I think 47 is the right number, because we just launched Paris and Stockholm, programs all over the world, many of them in the US. We have programs in Europe from Abu Dhabi, London, Berlin, of course, Turin, Amsterdam, and we run 2 kinds of programs. So one of them is the so-called city program, where we operate purely as Techstars, and other programs are running with corporate partners. Like my example, I will talk about in a second. We also have a program that is purely running remotely since more than 7 years. So actually you can join from your sofa in your pajama, and many other programs are also running now since COVID online. So we had a luck that we already had playbooks in place for this from the Anywhere program to run more online programs. And my program in Turin is a hybrid version, so we will be partly in person and partly online. From those programs, if you do the math, we are investing roughly 500 companies per year. So each program is accepting 10 to 12 companies. Some programs are now running also twice a year, for example, London. And some programs in the US and Berlin from the year after next year. So we invest in 24 companies per year, per program, which will scale our investments to a larger number than currently. We also invest out of a fund in certain companies that graduate in the program. So I think we do currently more than 600 investments per year or even more. Investing and running Accelerator is one thing. We also have different community programs. You might have heard of Startup Weekend, Startup Week. Highly recommend to join that if you haven't. We have an Entrepreneurs Toolkit on the website, so you can test your assumptions. You can watch different videos, how to build companies. A ton of knowledge there. Also, before you apply to Techstars, you can check out videos and educate yourself at the end. Our core product is still the Accelerator. So we run the 3 months boot camps with investment. We invest around $20,000 USD, and we are a mentorship driven program. It means we are bringing a ton of mentors to the program that will help you doing more faster and growing faster. We usually join early from, let's say, idea with some validation, products, early traction. And we usually partner with the companies to IPO, to exit, or just stay partner with a profitable business. We have a huge network. So this is our key value. We have graduated more than 6,000 founders so far. We have an active network of investors that is investing in startups from programs, during programs, after programs. This number is growing daily. We have more than 1,500 events per year, online and in person. Same for mentors. Currently, I think the number is roughly 10,000 global active mentors that are helping our founders during the program. Many of them after the program. Many mentors invest in Techstars companies. They join as advisors, they join as operational roles. Everything is possible here, right? So these relationships are built not just for the 13 weeks, but for life. We have also more than 100 corporate partners who are running programs together with us, or are just joining us for BizDev days to get access to companies, to collaborate, to speak about partnerships, clients, about investments. So this is also a great network here. We're truly global. So once you're a Techstars company, you have connections everywhere. This is not just the overview of our programs, but also many startup weekends, startup weeks we have run so far. So whenever you travel somewhere as a Techstars founder, you always find a couch where you can spend the weekend. A few numbers about us. So we have run so far 270 accelerators so far, which makes our portfolio roughly 2,700 companies plus currently. Those raised more than 16 billion in funding with a total market cap of 200 billion. And by number, we are currently the largest investor in early stage due to Crunchbase. Another number which we are super proud of is our active or acquired number. I think that the other number is also important, but this is something which we are very, very proud of because, as you might know, 9 out of 10 companies, startups fail. Our companies are successful mainly because of this huge network, great support from mentors, and the knowledge and playbooks how to successfully launch and grow companies. 84 of our companies are still active, have been acquired, or did an IPO. The program itself, as I mentioned, runs for 13 weeks. We usually take 10 to 12 companies. In my case, it's 12. We bring them together, either online or in person or mixed. And we always say that we fit 2 years of work into the 13 weeks. I think it's often much more. It's a very intense program, but it's also a lot of fun. And I will talk a little bit about how it looks like here. So we have 3 different modules. The first module is mentor engagement. We also call it mentor madness, which means you will meet 150, 180 mentors in the first 3 weeks of the program, which is a super intense phase. So you have 12, 15 meetings every day with 12 to 15 mentors to identify 3 to 5 key mentors who at the end will become your lead mentors, who will help you during the program, also after the program. And this doesn't mean that you are not you don't have access to the other ones. You can also collaborate with other mentors, but we figured out over the years that the number of 3 to 5 lead mentors is the right one. You also have subject matter mentors who are not super actively supporting you like the other ones, but you can also always reach out to them, get meetings, get feedback on subject matter topics like marketing, sales. So this really depends on where the company stands and what you're looking for. And after the 3 weeks, we adapt those learnings to month 2, which is execution and growth. So it's building a company, it's adjusting it, it's iterating. Really, again, depends on where the company stands when you join the program. And the 3rd month is very focused on fundraising. So we work with you on financial modeling, on pitch decks, on pitching to investors. We invite VCs to office hours who help you finding your story, help you finding your presentation style, how to pitch on demo day. And of course, there's a lot of practice. So we have pitch coaches. We help you a lot with building your story, your pitch decks. We have designers. We have people who are supporting you for demo day. Demo day for us is not the end. For us, demo day is a celebration of the program. And this is where we also start or continue working together, especially the relationship with me and my colleagues at Techstars starts also here, which is for life, but I will talk about it in a second. So typical week, as I mentioned, very intense. We have office hours with mentors, with experts, one-on-ones with me every week. We have KPI accountability called All Hands here. So we bring all companies together. You challenge yourself against others. We create a kind of competitive environment, but you also learn a lot, right? So every company is different, don't have a direct competitor in the class, but you are in a similar market, in a similar situation. So it's a great tool to leverage group accountability here. We have also founder stories, so means entrepreneurs that sold companies, that failed with companies, alumni who are sharing their stories. So this is also a great tool to learn from others and of course create a network within Techstars. We do a lot preparation for demo day, a lot of pitch practices, and of course work, build. So we are here to accelerate it. So the program is one part, but building a company is of course the key value here, right? So we help you not just learning a lot and connecting with tons of people, but also bringing a company to the next level. We have tons of workshops and presentations, online, offline, every week. And again, here, like, depends on where your company stands. You are free to join. We don't force people, but we highly recommend it. We have a great team that is supporting the companies in the program. So it's us as Techstars, but we also hire people who are helping you in marketing, in fundraising, sales growth. So those are people who work for you full time. We have also a group of experienced mentors in residence and entrepreneurs in residence, people with specific knowledge who are here for you to help you if you want. So we make a group accessible for you during the program, and many of those relationships, as I mentioned, last also after the program. So it's a great team that supports you every day. We always say get superpowers here during the program, not just content-wise, but also fantastic and experienced people who are helping you. Question was what we look for in a startup. There are many data points. We have main 6 points here: team, market traction, idea, and I think this is also a great reason why collaborating with Dawn and Demium is crucial for us. So building a great team is something which we usually don't support. So we rather prefer investing in teams. One reason is, of course, the program is very, very intense. As I mentioned, a team that is like cohesive, a team that can share experiences, can really support building the company, participating in the program, going through up and downs, meeting with mentors, working on funding. You get much more out of it as a single person. It's a ton of content. It's really, really intense. And I think, like, if you really go through Demium, you get 1, 2, 3 co-founders in a team. You understand each other, understand your weaknesses, strengths, how to collaborate. It makes so much sense for us to look at companies graduating from Demium. Market is very important for us as early stage investors. So we try to invest in companies that can become really, really huge. It means that we need a huge or very heavy growing market, and traction is important. This is, as I mentioned, the key validation. So we need to understand, is there a market? Do customers want what you're building? Build something which customers love. And the idea itself is the last point here. And why? Because we think with a great team in a large market, we can turn a bad idea into a great one. Great examples from several programs in my classes, but also in many other Techstars companies that joined. Got a lot of feedback from us, from other mentors, and created a great company today, growing successfully, raising a ton of capital by changing the idea, adapting, and building a company that's really aligned with the market. So we also accept solo founders, but as I mentioned, we try mainly to invest in teams. A few words about the program. Don, I see you have. Do I have time or?
You've got 3 minutes left. It seemed like you were about to wrap up there. But before you move on too much further, just in 30 seconds, because this question was asked a lot with YC and Startup Wise guys. So you mentioned, team. You guys don't do team building. If somebody does apply, what are there certain things that Techstars is not interested in, certain verticals or different things? Or are there certain things that you are? Can you spend just a couple seconds on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we invest in the best teams, right? So we have sector specific programs, like my program, Cities of the Future. So we try to invest in that industry, but we also have programs like Berlin, London, purely sector agnostic. So I think there is no industry which we are not interested in.
Okay, great. So you were about to talk about Toronto and the other. I cut you off. I thought you were ending there. So keep going.
Nice. Okay, great. So let me just get my slide here. Yeah, so we're running the program in Turin. At Toronto, we also have a program with Techstars. This is in Turin, Italy. We're running it from this beautiful location called OGR Torino. You get space for 13 weeks in this wonderful location. Belongs to one of our partners, actually. They invested 110 million euro. Build a great tech hub there, and you just connect with other Techstars companies, but also many other VC funds and other startups and later stage companies. Mentors, as I mentioned, is key for us. So we have people who are from corporates, investor, past entrepreneurs, Techstars alumni, and help you in different directions. Why Turin, for example, here we have a great initiative going on. Turin is becoming a smart city. We collaborate with investors, with universities, with the government itself. And we have different testing, piloting opportunities with so-called Torino City Lab for drones, for autonomous driving, 35 kilometers of roads in the city, health districts. Those are industries we are very, very interested in. Yeah, so from manufacturing, smart mobility, digital health, fintech, agri-food, cultural heritage, we are really looking for companies, even being a smart cities of the future program. We look at really different industries, also with ESG criteria and SDGs goals. We invested so far in 23 companies in Turin. So one of them actually also from Ukraine, GoToYou, you might have heard of them. They just raised a very, very, big successful round with ABB. They are from Lviv, and we usually invest not just sector agnostic, but also different nationalities. So we had companies here from the US, from Norway, Ukraine, Germany, UK, similar to last year, from Israel, from the US again, from Latvia, from Portugal, and we also do the same this year again. So to sum it up here, we invest 120,000 USD. You usually end up between 8 to 9% in stock. So we give you 20K for 6% common stock and 100,000 as convertible note. This is optional. This is usually kept between 3 to 5 million USD. What makes us very special is we have an equity back guarantee. That means if you are unhappy with the program content, with your success over the 3 months, you can tell me at demo day, after demo day, I think 3 days, it's the official deadline, that you want to get your equity back. So you pay back the investment and we give you back your equity. So Norex for founders, you also have access to more than 300 perks, currently worth more than 2 million USD from different partners. One of them is Techstars alumni as well, SendGrid, AWS, Microsoft, and many, many others. For those who are interested, I'm currently recruiting, as Don mentioned at the beginning. Just trying to switch my slides. Yeah, so my applications are open. If you want to join us, if you build a company in that vertical, please apply. Applications are open till October 27th. I'm currently traveling from Italy to Eastern Europe, meeting founders for office hours, meet and greets. Happy to chat. If you have any questions, go ahead if there is still time. And yeah, thank you very much for inviting me.
No worries. And actually, since we're on YouTube, we don't have the questions going back and forth, but we're actually right on time. So everyone's joined since lunch. So we're going to take an 8-minute break and then come back to a panel discussion with what investors are looking for. Martin, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. Greatly appreciate it. And I don't know if you want to share that deck and we can share it around, happy to do so.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. Have a nice day.
Thanks. All right, so everyone, we're going to take basically an 8-minute break, and we'll be back in 8 minutes for the panel discussion. I'm admitting Matthias. Welcome back, everyone. So we're in our last session, which is a panel discussion on understanding the other side of the table. So we'll give Matthias a second to finish connecting here. Connecting.
Let's see. Hi, guys.
There we go. All right. So we don't see your video yet, Matthias.
Oh, sorry. Here. Okay. Hey, guys. Yeah.
All right. So we're just getting started. So this is the last session, a panel discussion on the other side of the table. Basically yesterday and today has been a little bit of a Power MBA or a crash course on not only what to do in a hackathon and an incubator, but also how to better prepare the startup. So with this discussion, we're kind of at where most hackathons and accelerators end, which is a demo day or a pitch. And so you guys are all investors and you're that voice of experience when it comes to sitting at the table and listening to pitches. So what I would like to do is we've spent the last 2 days telling the participants, this is how you should prepare. These are the things to do. These are the tools that you want to use. And I want to invite them to your side of the table for this panel discussion, because what we see most of the time is when projects pitch, they're focused really in on the features of the project and telling about the thing. And they're not thinking, what does the investor want to hear? And so before we get into that, I need to introduce everyone now that we're all here. So you all met Jorge de Born, which is Demium's founder and now board member. So Jorge, welcome back.
Hello, nice to be here. Thank you very much.
We've got Dmitro Kuzmenko, who's from UVCA, who I want to give him a personal shout out and thanks here because he has been a huge help and support with the judges and some of the speakers, and I greatly appreciate the efforts you've done. So welcome.
Hi, that's my part of the game, to support you as our members. So I did all my best.
All right, I greatly appreciate it. Matthias, so you're a partner for Hype Ventures. Welcome. Do you want to say hello and tell us a little bit about Hype?
Yeah, thanks. It's actually not a fund, so I'm the founder and CEO. It's sort of it's an investment company, right? So, but yeah, we're a VC, but in the form of an investment company, not a fund. It's a privately held Swedish investment company founded by myself, and we run our own capital and so far 11 companies in the portfolio, all Ukrainian, early stage or very early stage mostly. All
right. And Michaela or Mike, welcome, and tell us a little bit, about what you're. Mike, can't hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the introduction. Hello everyone. So what I used to do is I used to be a VC with Polish venture capital fund Impact, and now I'm supporting Ukrainian startup funds as an external expert. So I will be pursuing today's panel discussion from those two views. So as an expert, an external expert who evaluates startups, early stage startups which come in and pitch for their grants during the Ukrainian startup fund pitch day. And then on the other side, as a senior analyst in the VC fund, just looking for another investment opportunity, early investment opportunity on the market. So basically that's what will be my approach today.
Perfect. And then last but not least, Alexander Davidenko, so Managing Director, VRXT Venture Lab and Chief Innovation Officer at Technic Holdings. Welcome, and yeah, tell us a little bit about your experience.
Thank you. I'm Sasha for short, and I'm actually running a startup studio inside of Techia. It's Ukrainian holding. We launched it like probably 15 projects inside around our own. Most of those projects were in cyber sport, and now we are launching also in other dimensions like UAV, like precision agriculture, like other direction except of core businesses of Techia Holding. And when researching what we are doing, we figure out that we are running actually venture studio. So we created venture studio and named it Vortex Ventures. So here it is, and I run it.
All right. So there's a lot of different questions that I've prepared and I want to ask you, but one that, we can talk about what investors look for and valuations and blah, blah, blah. But kind of an interesting place to start, I thought, would be we've talked throughout these couple of sessions about things that are potentially fatal to a pitch, or they're something that is just going the wrong way, or it's a proxy to mean something else. So is there anything that when you're listening to a pitch that you see as just such a bad sign, or they'll mention something that, at that point you tune out, you've got 5 other pitches you're going to listen to, and that's when you pick up your phone and start listening. So I prepped you all with this, so you had a little bit of time to think about it. But Jorge, I actually want to start with you. Is there anything when a team is pitching that it just like shuts off your interest?
I think for any investors, there's a bunch of different things that happen. Probably one of the most is when an entrepreneur says, we are the first in the world doing X. It's like we are the only one tackling this program. No one else is doing it. So we are the only ones solving this problem. Typically, there are 2 options when someone tells you that, is that they could have lack of experience because maybe it's the first startup and they don't know how to research internationally about the trend and who else is doing the same and tackling the same program. The other option is that basically they don't want to look after the market. They don't want to look after other competitors and to learn about them. So I think that is the main switch off for me. Anytime that I hear about anything related with a unique idea, or I don't tell you anything about my idea because you're going to steal it from me. So yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to say I've heard that one quite a few times. We're the only ones. All right. So Dimitra, same question to you. What is your kind of like off button?
I support Jorge with his mention. I have a unique idea. I can't tell you anything. You're gonna steal it. According to this, and adding to this, I heard a lot of times startups tell me, our idea is unique, but we do not have any competitor worldwide, any. After I asked them twice, are you sure? They are really sure. We do not have any competitors worldwide. I swear you, I'm crossing my tongue. And that's the worst sign as for me. In this case, I'm sure you are not searching for competitors. You're just trying to get my money. That's all.
Yeah, and on that, one thing that, when you see the competitor analysis, doing nothing is a competitor. And an example that I use is, I'm an American. I use ketchup with French fries, and the fact that people in France use this nasty white substance called mayonnaise, it's a substitute. It's a competitor to ketchup, but I don't think about it because what I'm used to is this. So competitors, I also tell teams they need to think about what are the substitutes for what they're doing or doing nothing at all. So
competitors, substitutes, or I don't know, maybe you should look for a leader on this market and take a look. What do they do? What do they research right now? Maybe they are looking for something new.
Yeah,
think about it and take their steps.
The flip side is if nobody else is actually doing this, there's probably a reason.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
So, Mateus, your deal killer.
Yeah, there's so many things, right? But so one thing is when the startup says that, you know, the market is 500 billion, or why not trillion, you know? So it's like this big, yeah? That's our market. It's the worldwide market for, you know, data, you know, or whatever. But so they start like too broadly, right? So the way I would want to see it is there's this text that was written by Kevin Kelly, right? Like the, you know, founder of Wired and so on and so forth, called 1,000 True Fans. So the idea is to flip it around, and like you start with a core, you know, group of people. You could start with a target group of one, which could be yourself. Like you build a product, you build your startup for a small, you know, audience, and then you go broad from there. So instead of starting with this gazillion, billion, trillion thing, like you start small. And startups are sometimes afraid to do that. They don't understand that the investor understands that it's just the beginning, and then you go from there. It's much better to start here and go there than, you know, start here and, you know, and try to take the whole pie. So that's like one thing that I would mention, but there's so many other things. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I actually led a session on Tamsam Som, and so that's my proxy of yeah, that's super huge. All right. So Mike, what's one of the things that you just kind of turns you sour?
Yeah, well, so for me, actually, this is not the typical. I think the most important thing for me is a flexibility of founders. So basically, if I'm asking a question about what you may not succeed this time, you might fail. This will be the end of the current business model as you see it. What will you do? And when the founder tells me that, well, that's the end. Basically, that's the end. So that's a turn off from my side. So if there is no will to spin off, to bring new ideas to the table, even if the current one flatlines, not willing to think broader. So this is a turn off for me, because at the early stages, this is the most crucial, let's say, company asset, willingness to adapt to any changes in the environment, even if this changes the death of current business model.
Okay. Sasha.
Okay, that's quite a top 10 chart of startup speeches I ever heard, ever read. But there is one thing I can add. I turn off when someone says, okay, I have this idea for a year, yeah? And when I ask, and what do you did with it? Do you have some iteration? Do you have MVP? Do you have some tests? Do you have some early clients interviews? Because there is so much thing you could do without money, actually. And when I got the answer, no, I turn off. Because this means that inside, in deep, the founder don't want to put in effort in this idea. So probably he doesn't think it's useful. He doesn't think it's precious. He doesn't think. I have an example, actually. We invested not far ago in a startup. Guys were building UAV. It's like drones, but planes. Planes solving exact problems for 5 to 6 industries. And they were making those UAV for 8 years already, without money, without traction, without support. This is dedication. We seek for this. Thank you.
Yeah, so the flip side of that, and I've actually heard this as well, and I'll just throw out this as a general question and let anybody respond, is if they've been around for 8 years and they haven't yet sought investment, or that can also work the other way. It can also work against them as well. And I've heard that from investors that, well, you know, if they've already been working on this project for 4 years or 3 years, then the chances of it actually scaling are pretty low. So is there a sweet spot, or does it depend on the project?
Probably depend on industry, because there are industry like space where we are just starting to tap. Small fraction of space startups are getting funding, are getting traction, and this is actually, Matthias, and this is actually a market with a volume of 50 to maybe $500 trillion, really, because there is a few planets, not planet cores, flying not far from Earth. One of them costing more than all our economy altogether. So space actually could bring real valuation of trillion and trillion dollars. But yeah, this depends on industry. If someone making social media for years, probably it's that idea. It's not worse.
I disagree about the planet.
Okay, we have a discussion here. Yeah, so I will end. Yes, it depends on what idea. If this is something small and they're numbling with it for a year, it's no. But if it's something big, the industry of building small UAV is very complicated. It's very complicated, believe me. And we're just starting in small UAV all over the planet. And last 10 years probably was only for making UAV tech accessible.
Sure. So space, I think, is kind of that extreme example. Yeah. So everyone else on the panel, is there a point, if it's an application or, you know, some kind of a solution, is there a point that is kind of a little bit too long, that if they've been working on it for more than X, you know, that probably it's a bad sign that you're less interested in the team?
Let me give you here an example in our Demium experience. We have invested in a company at the really beginning of Demium called VoiceMod. It's a real-time voice modulator, voice changer. So when you are actually, the current feature allows you, when you're playing video games online, you could change your voice and use a character, other person's voice, whatever. This company was in the market for 6 years since we've started to invest in them, and a few other investors invested, not a large amount, maybe in total of $300,000-$400,000. But the maximum revenue during the first 6 years of the company was in a single month around 1,500 euros. So probably that company was spending too much time in the market. And probably anyone could advise them to, okay, this is not a company, an investment opportunity anymore. But at some point in their history, 2.5 years ago, they've pivoted the business model to a new one, and they started to scale massively. And they were at that moment below 10 people in the team. And right now they are over 120 people in the team. This year, they're going to do over 15 million euros in revenue, profitable, large EBITDA. They closed a Series A last year of 8 million, and next year they plan a Series B. So I think never is too late for a company, in my opinion. The thing is, what is the mindset of the entrepreneurs at any stage? There could be companies with only 3-4 months of history that they could have SME, a small company mindset that will never scale, or it could be a company with 10-15 years of life that wants to still scale and to iterate, pivot the business model, and they are looking for that opportunity to scale. So I think, in my opinion, depends a lot. Of course, in the first couple of years is where the company typically define their culture and their chances to scale.
Anybody else want to add to that, or we'll move to the next question?
Let me add some about space, about startups, and about mistakes during the pitch. once we held an event, one of our numerous startup battles, and we had a pitch of one team. They told us, we would like to construct and to launch a spaceship. Give us $300 million. Okay, pretty huge pile of money. Do you have any expertise in, I don't know, spacecraft or something? No, but you give us this money and we will hire all the team we need to. That's all. Just give me my money. I know nothing in this industry, in this field, but I know it's a hype. I know it's in trend, so I will do it. On my opinion, it was the most ridiculous speech I have ever heard.
Yeah, no, it's kind of staying in your lane. So I want to switch and actually go the other direction now. So I started with, you know, what do you the last 2 days about the fact that especially early founders, ones that aren't used to talking to investors, they've never pitched before. They tend to, in most cases, be focused on the features, and the pitch deck and the pitch is talking about this widget and what makes the product so amazing. They forget that there needs to be a whole business built around this. So what are the things that you need to see in a deck that if these things aren't included, that you know they're really missing the point of the opportunity? And I'll switch up the order here, and Mike, I'll start with you. I think we've got a little delay with Mike.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, sorry, slight delay, I think, from my side. So what would I like to see in an entrepreneur who comes to the investment, not for an investment? Well, actually, this is quite simple. If you are concentrated more on building the feature, you forget actually what you said. You are forgetting about the big picture here. So you are forgetting, why do you do this product? What goal, what need does this product fulfills on the market? So what I want to see when it comes to making decision about investing or not is that the entrepreneur is focused on tailoring the product to the market reality. So if he is constantly reaching out to potential customers, to the clients, and asking them about how they use it, what they like to do more with this product, is there something that needs to be fixed? Maybe it's completely useless for them and they bought it just to try, and they will no longer use it as vividly. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is a major HR skill, because at the end of the day, building a business is about investing from the side of entrepreneur, founder, investing in people who will help you build it. So the right decisions from the start maybe are scarce in this field, because live and learn. But most of the founders are not that well from the very beginning, well versed in choosing co-founders and people with whom to go this long road, because it will be a long and a tough road to the working business with a huge EBITDA, as today was mentioned. So knowing the right people to fill the right positions and feeling the people who will be able to support him in the critical moments of the development of the business going forward. So those are two most important things for me, to deal breakers, let's see, from the positive side.
Okay, so Sasha, what are the things that you feel are critical that they have to include?
Okay, I already talked about invested effort. We seek for this, and also we look for competence, not only in solving some problem or in technology, but competence in the field. Guys are trying to make something. Competence, I mean some work experience. Already the best practice, our best practice, is when guys from a huge company leave and build something for this company or for this business vertical. And this is competence. They know what problem they address, they know who is the client, and they know another way to solve some real world problem. This is like, yes, if previous talk was no, this is yes. So if we see those guys, we begin to work with them.
Okay. So this actually leads to a question that I was going to ask a little bit, but I've kind of seen the same thing here, especially if we're talking early stage or seed stage. The team tends to be more important than anything else on the pitch deck. So how do you get that across? If you're watching a 3 or 5 minute pitch, what do you need to see in 3 to 5 minutes to know that this is the right team that has that competence? What do they need to include?
Me?
Yeah.
Starts with me. Oh, okay. I need to see closing of major competence of the project. Major competence, I mean, someone got to build, writing code, or maybe building plane, or maybe whatever to do. Someone got to build a business, and if there is something else, someone need to do that. So this is at least 3 people team, closing all major, not tasks, it would be all major directions of work, yeah, huge chunks of work that is needed to be done every day. So there gonna be enough resources involved in the project to deal with this. Am I clear?
Yeah. Jorge, do you want to kind of expand on that a little bit?
So in terms of the team, for us, for sure, team is the most important thing. In single pitch, it's really complicated to know if a team is really great or not. So I think you need to challenge them and to see how it works. For me, something that is essential to see in a pitch is the go-to-market strategy. Because that allows you to understand how do they think about the approach to the market. This is only a way of having a nice conversation with them, challenging them. As Matthias was saying at the beginning, this is not about saying here there is a $500 billion opportunity, because probably the big picture of any market is around $1 trillion if it is one large vertical or category. But the important thing here is, okay, what is from that total addressable market, what is the obtainable market that you could address there, and what is going to be the strategy starting locally and scaling from that to an international perspective. How are you going to tackle the global market? And in that moment where they explain through the go-to-market marketing strategy what are their thoughts, and depending on how they discuss over them is where you could see what is the skill set of the founders, and then decide what are the right founders to invest. Because I think at the end of the day, they are going to, the business model are going to change a lot. The markets are going to evolve a lot in the years, and you need great founders with great skill sets that could address those challenges.
Matthias, do you want to add in, or Dimitri?
I'll just say that like all of this is theory, right? But if you invest at a very early stage, then like all of and nobody's really been talking so much about the formal stuff here, or the financial models, whatever. But like it's more of a gut feeling decision than a sort of an analytical decision. So for us, or for me, that would be like competences in the team can be important. If it's like building drones, you need to be able, you have to have an engineer to do that. But in general, like I would be looking for the team dynamic, like how do they interact with each other? How do they respond to investors' questions? Do they want to help the investor understand, or do they sort of question the investor in a sense? I mean, it's more about sort of like those soft values. Obviously, it has to be driven by some, you know, hardcore inner drive and, you know, skills and all that stuff. But at a very early stage, like it gets a bit soft, right? And it goes down from your brain more into your gut, you know?
Yeah, go for it, Dmytro.
Okay, let me answer 2 questions in a row. What am I looking in pitch deck? I'm looking for the answer to one simple question. Does this point of pain which you are working on, does it really exist? Are you working on something really wealthy, on something really big or big problem or not? I don't know. If you are working on one of the simple things which are widely presented on the market, that's nothing for me. I'm looking for this one simple answer. About the team, I want to know how ambitious and how adventurous are they? Are they going to, I don't know, to spend all their money, to break the walls, to, I don't know, to cross all the borders, to finish their project, or they're going to give up at first attempt? That's all for me.
Right. So I want to go a little more, because obviously team is a huge component, and you all kind of went there when I asked what do you need to see in the pitch, and I think that is actually a very interesting insight as well, that, you know, none of you said, oh, if I don't see, you know, the hockey stick financial chart, or if I don't see the competitor analysis. You all kind of went towards the team aspect, but you mentioned the pain. So obviously you're going to have a gut feeling as to whether or not what they're presenting solves a pain, but nobody mentioned validation. And so, you know, that to me, if we're talking more about, we'll call it a hard aspect of the pitch deck, you know, compared to financials or what they're showing for validation, you know, what is that part that, let's leave the team aside. What is the data that they have to include to really capture your interests? And Dmytro, you can answer that as to what solves, what actually shows that pain exists to you.
Okay, besides all the previously mentioned points, what else I'm looking for? Yeah.
Well, what proves to you that there's a pain? Is it showing the customer validation that they did? Is it showing, you know, what in a pitch deck, what proves to you that pain exists?
I get it. As one my friend told during one of the pitches, bring me one customer who will pay you just $1 for a solution, and I'm in. Just show me your solution is pretty valuable for your customer. I mean, startup team should show me the first traction of their cost dev research. Just show me your solution is worth your efforts. That's all, I guess.
Okay, and Matthias, you were the first one to actually mention financial analysis. So let's go to you. What proves that pain, or what's the data that you need to see?
So I would say, I mean, the honest answer, if I'm trying to be honest, is that, I'm speaking for myself, maybe for other investors, is that typically it's like the recognition factor. Like the investor tried to buy a coffee this morning and the coffee was bad, and then there's a pitch for a new kind of coffee experience, right? Like, and then you're going to be all excited about that. So investors are human beings, and like we have our favorite things. Like I like AI, but I know less about sort of HR tech, or marketing tech, right? So anything which is HR tech is going to be more difficult for me to sort of get the opportunity in. So that would be like, I think, the honest answer. But then, I mean, if there is a personal story behind the thing, so that my family makes olive oil, and we've been doing it for 100 years, and now we have this new way of selling olive oil online with a subscription service. Then it's like, yeah, like I get that you know that market, and it sounds like there's room for innovation, right? So if there's a good story, then that's definitely something. Like, and even there, like you don't have the numbers, right? But you could also convince with numbers, but then you have to be really precise, and you have to have like good research, and like you have to leave the building, right? Like you have to really be out there.
Okay, well, Jorge, I'm gonna bring this back to you.
So I think showing validation is important, and in this case, it depends a lot on the business model. But let's say that classically, again, I like how do they think about to see what is the rational. No? So typically, if you see from the perspective of customer acquisition costs, lifetime value, and what are the economics at the smallest scale of what they are doing, probably customer acquisition costs is going to start being really high, then to go down again, and then to go up again. It typically happens in every kind of business model when they start to scale. But you need to see what is the way that they construct and they prove to you that they will reach the right channels to attract the clients in terms of customer acquisition costs, and how do they, even when they have only a few months of revenue, a few weeks of revenue even, and they cannot show that recurrence to prove the lifetime value, how do they build the strategy around that? Is when you could start to see how do they think and what is the potential of that team at the scale. So I think validation is always related with the rationale at the beginning, especially if you invest in early stages. If you invest in later stages, for sure the KPIs is going to be driven any decision. But at the early stages, I think always, even when you talk about validation, KPIs, you have to see how do they think about what they are presenting to you.
Okay, and we have unfortunately adding in Anna Magera last minute. We had a little bit of a communication issue there. So Anna, thanks for joining us. Actually, let me have you 2 seconds and do a quick introduction, and then I'll repeat the question for you.
Sure, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me in.
Hello.
No worries. So Anna, just give your 20-second introduction.
Well, I'm a senior partner in Finance PM. Have been a part of venture industry for more than 15 years already. Started in Ukraine, then moved to CE region. Now I'm based in Poland and support Ukrainian ecosystem from here, but also try to be an active part in the Polish one. So that's briefly about myself.
All right. So we've been talking about what are the things that a team needs to put in the pitch deck, and we got to this point of validation and what shows that. And one of the questions that I was going to ask, and we've kind of circled around it, is we often get asked why they have to do a 3-year forecast. At the very beginning, if they're an idea stage company, they've got they're still working on an MVP. They have no idea what's going to happen next week. How is it possible to do a 3-year forecast? And to answer several of these different points here, I tell people it doesn't matter what the line item is. They want to see the numbers. The investors are used to seeing the patterns. They want to see how you think. And so Jorge, I want to come back to this, and then I'll actually let Anna take this question, because you mentioned it on the go-to-market strategy. Mm-hmm. Just like in the financial analysis, I see so many projects that they talk about the market that they're going to start in, whether it's Poland, Spain, or Ukraine, and they don't talk about where they're going from there. So I want to take that back to you first, Jorge, and then we'll let Anna jump in. On that go-to-market strategy, what is it that you're trying to see how they think and how that process? What is it that you're looking for there?
Starting myself, go with the what I expect to see in the go-to-market strategy to show us. I think it's I think you need to think, what is your market? How would you categorize or segment your market? There's a huge startup from Spain. It's a unicorn called from Barcelona, and a good friend of the CEO. That is called Glovo in the on-demand delivery, last mile delivery space. And something that is typical in any scale up that huge is that you see that they continue raising larger rounds of hundreds of millions of euros in this case, because this is a over 2 billion company, and they are not profitable in the whole picture. No, but if you start diving in the economics, you could see that on the way that they segment their markets, they are profitable in the first market that they've already launched. So this is a company that has 7 years of history, and for sure now it's easy to see from that perspective. But what you need what you will expect from the founder is that they could do that same exercise of projecting. Okay, I'm going to start in this city. My market is going to be one city, one specific city, or my market is going to be a country or a region of a few countries, or a region of a few cities in a country. And I plan to reach profitability in this production unit by 18 months or 24 months. And after reaching profitability, or after being 70% on the path to profitability in that first market, I will tackle a second one, and then at the same time 3 new markets, and I will continue scaling. And at some point you will realize that you could be launching at the same time in 50 markets, let's say 50 cities in a year. So what I will expect to see is how do they think about organizing their and the escalation of the business, and how they are going to categorize those markets. I think that is the most important thing in my opinion.
All right, so Anna, to bring you into the conversation, this kind of started with the, what is the thing that you need to see in the deck? What, if they're missing that, it kind of loses your attention, and then this led to the validation. So I'll let you kind of answer both questions there.
Yeah. So about the So if to speak about what makes me what kills my interest in the deck. Maybe one of the strongest things is lack of the relevant experience with the team, and sometimes and actually I've got one time I've got a comment from entrepreneurs that, well, you don't like Anna, you don't like unexperienced founders. That's bad. Well, I like any kind of founder, but I believe that if you want to succeed in some domain, you should have a very deep understanding of this domain. If nobody in the team possesses that, or at least the core team, right? So it's very questionable for me whether this is the team to actually pursue this specific problem and try to solve that. Of course, there might be some exceptions, and probably we'll even find such exceptions in the history. But still, in the majority of cases, relevant experience and lack of it in some teams show that, well, this team will have much more challenges than others, and if to choose between different teams. So definitely my support will be with those who understand what they are doing. As for the forecast, I love that question because that's my that's my job, and my job is often to explain founders why they need to work on their forecast, why some investors are very demanding about that. And you mentioned very important things about logics, about patterns. Yeah, so that's what we are looking for, not about like specific number of, I don't know, developers you will be having in the year 3. But what else I think is very important, that the ability of the founder to actually plan in terms of numbers, in terms of finances, because sometimes we hear great vision and how they will scale like globally, etc. But when you come to the exact questions and you ask, okay, what is the go-to-market? How are you actually selling your product? What is your unit economics? And then just like this sand castle, it goes away because there is nothing, just a great vision. So, and I've seen in my experience when even with founders that start from the conversation, oh, I don't need to do that 3-year forecast. How can I do that? How will I know that? It takes them, one day to sit down and do that. If they really understand their business, they understand their clients, and they already have some traction and actual understanding of unit economics, that's not that complicated for them. And I believe that that's a kind of very fair thing if investor that provides the investment round gives you the money to spend so that you can show that you understand how will you be spending money. For me, it's very funny that entrepreneurs say, well, we won't do that. Okay, then you are free to find your resources and do that without the investor. If you don't want to make some exercises, right? You believe so much in yourself. So I think that if you're talking to investors, you should be ready for that and ready to show your logics, your way of thinking, and your ability to plan long term, not only short term, like what we will be doing in next quarter, but also what is going to happen in the year 3. And because it's impossible to scale without that, without that thinking.
So I like showing contrasts, and this is your area. You help with forecasts, and this is something that came up in the panel discussion yesterday morning. And again, this is a general question. I'll let anybody jump in on this, but let's, the other extreme of that is the project goes through their deck and they're on their last slide and they say, we need $562,073.62 for this project. So they've gone so far into depth. Can you go too far that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's a general question for anyone.
I would be happy to jump in because that's the joke I always do. I always open the forecasts when I get something for review from a team. I open, and when I see something like that, like 20. I like even this thing. We will have 21.5 clients. What's that? Details are good, but too much details sometimes they just show that you don't understand the numbers. Of course, this is the too much details sometimes kills the whole idea. And usually the approach is like that. The first period, first 12 months, should be as detailed as possible. But then second, third year, it can't be as detailed. And if you see these details, it shows that, something is wrong in the model. Something is wrong with the thinking, with the approach.
Anyone else? All right, so I'll switch a little bit. So this is trying to understand the other side of the table. And again, especially we're talking early stage or new entrepreneurs that they haven't gone through the cycle, they haven't had the joy of having been told no by 1,000 different investors yet. Their skin isn't quite thick enough yet. So when you're listening to a pitch, I think a lot of new entrepreneurs feel this is like a student-teacher or a junior-senior relationship, and they just have to stand there and they do their pitch and wait for the questions and then answer the questions. How do you want that conversation to go? If you see things in the deck that, let's say the revenue model, you see there's, potentially 12 other revenue streams. Are you going to, from your side, talk to them about, hey, you could probably go this direction? Should they be asking you questions as well, rather than, them just waiting for the questions? How do you want to see a pitch go? General question, anyone can check that.
I'll say that the startup has to be ready to sort of pause and let the investor ask stuff, because so the startup is not just in sort of autopilot mode, like ranting on about their startup. It's extremely important that the investor can sort of interject or interrupt and ask questions, and that the startup then addresses, that stuff.
Sasha?
Well, it's complicated because you're talking about the format, or you're talking about what is determining of competence, skill, team, and all the thing. I mean, yeah. Let me say it clear. If there would be a conversation, we will answer very major questions about the startup, the team, how they communicate, how well they know what they're talking about, and all the things. But if it's pitch session, you need to see like maybe 15 startups and mark few for later conversation. If every startup will have much more prolonged conversation, it would be impossible to stay focused for all of the 15. So it depends on a case. It depends on what is the format. It depends on where. Probably I need to, or I didn't get the question, or you need to specify in which case, which scenario should be.
Okay, and so I'll be more specific, and I'll ask this to Mike. So we've had a lot of our DMEM teams that are here in Kiev that have applied for the USF grant. They've made it to the demo day. I asked how it went, and they're like, I don't know. They couldn't read the investors. They are the jury. So in that case, again, they do their pitch. There's a short Q&A. Can they ask in that format questions to the panel, or should they just answer the questions they're given and wait for an answer?
So actually, the general comment about early stage startups, which we have had pleasure to host during our pitches, is that answering the question is not about telling a 15-minute story on this question. It's all about having 2 sentences told, which actually do answer this question, even if this answer is no or I don't know. So this is the first comment. The second comment is that we have the regimen. So we have time for each startup. So the time is finite. It doesn't have the luxury to be infinite time for answering the questions for each startup. Early stage startups, we have 15 per pitch session. So it's a lot to hear, a lot to answer the questions, to ask the questions. And it's better to actually catch the judges after the pitching session, which most of the startups, I'm pleased to say today, as of today, since our last pitch day on the 31st pitch day of USF, I got 5 teams asking me for a feedback. That's awesome. That's awesome, because during our first pitch day, nobody even knew that you had an opportunity just to write an email or write a Facebook, that I want feedback, because too conservative. I think that people were afraid to ask that. So it's good to ask the questions. It's good to ask for feedback, but when the time is regimented, actually, Alexander said that when the time is regimented, you do not have, sometimes you do not have the luxury to dedicate the time for a chat. But after the official time has been, let's say, fruitfully consummated, then you can go off the book and talk to the startup, talk to the jury or the investor and ask him for his opinion or maybe his advice on the topic.
I want to add something here. Is that I think in my opinion, the most important, one of the most important things that you're looking for when you're analyzing a startup is the leader. And I like to see leaders acting at their own way. So I like leaders leading, and that means that sometimes I like them as entrepreneurs challenging the investors as well, and turning the table to the other side. So I like when the interaction is really bidirectional, and because they know how to run the conversation, establishing the time, controlling the timing of the conversation. So I like that kind of challenge from them. Always leaving aside the egos, but real leadership, like someone that can interact to anyone at the same level and feeling that good energy.
Right. So we only have a couple of minutes left, and this is probably a really good question, because again, we're here in Kiev. We've got projects that are most often going out of Kiev. And when it comes to pitching and showing that leadership, and yet you all said you want to see the team. I've had some teams that, they've got 5 members and they want to do a 5-minute pitch with all 5 of them speaking. I've been told by other investors it absolutely positively has to be the CEO, but maybe the CEO doesn't have the best language skills in English or in the language that they're pitching. Is it so general question, and I'll go real quick for you all. Is it okay for somebody else in the team to jump in and maybe answer the technical part or the marketing part? Is it bad if multiple present? Does it have to be the CEO? Just real, a 30-second answer on that.
Okay, so a quick subjective opinion, maybe from me, that's fresh from the 31st pitch day from USF. So it's absolutely good to have team members when the Q&A session kicks in. So this is the crucial, because definitely the team has a leader which drives them, which represents the brand they are trying to build, represent the company they are trying to build. But that leader isn't necessarily well versed in all the technicalities of the inner machine working, and you cannot foresee all the questions which can be asked by the jury in this case, or by an investor who is more of the technical, let's say, side. So it's absolutely good if you go on one-on-one with an investor, let's say out of the pitch day and onto the first meeting with the investor. It's good to bring the team, core team of the project. During the first presentation, the initial pitch, 3 minutes, I don't see why more than one person should do that. But that's basically my answer.
Dimitro, you're nodding your head along in unison.
No, I'm supporting Mike with his opinion. If you have a possibility for the elevator pitch, if you have 1 minute, just one person has to pitch, one person. If you have 3 minutes, maybe somebody else could join you. I mean, somebody from the team, and tell more about technical details or financial details, etc. And if you have more time, for example, 5 minutes or more, it's okay to take part. I don't know if all your team will take part, 3 or 4 persons, but don't forget, your information has to be valuable for investors. It's not just for small talk or tell something else not related to the project. All information has to be valuable.
Matthias, real quick.
Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe I don't have like too much to add there. I'm pretty happy with joining in, like confirming the above.
All right, and Jorge or Sasha, anything to add to that point?
I'm going to repeat myself, but I think I like leaders leading, and that means that there is no one right decision in this field. Is that they have to take the risk of the decision. Sometimes I have seen great presentations where the CEO has talked over an hour, 95% of the time gave the right minute to talk to the CTO and the right minute to talk to the co-founder, CMO, whatever, in the right moment. So it's really important reading the momentum, understanding the audience, the other person. But I've seen at the same time great entrepreneurs with a terrible English, understanding that the right decision is to put someone else to drive to run the meeting and taking a step down and waiting for that. So I think leaders have to lead and to take decision, and sometimes they have to take the risk of one way or the other one.
All right. So Sasha, unless you want to add anything to that, we're going to end on the panel. Thank you all so much for joining and for closing out. It's been a lot over the last 2 days, and really appreciate the help, especially for Anna for the sessions you've done, and Dimitro for all the help and support you've given. So, and Jorge as well for one of our panel judges. So thank you all for your help and support for this. We are going to switch now and give the prize winners. So thank you all for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
Thank you.
Great. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right. So as I said, we are now closing out. We should be joined by Valentina, who is going to be letting us know from Unit City Sides who they've selected for their giveaways. And we should also be being joined by Dimitro. So Dimitro, I see you're on mute with iHub.
Yes. Hi. Hello.
Hey, if you get, can you? Okay, now I see your camera. So I'll just kind of give a recap real quick, if you'll permit. So the Lean Canvas is the mechanism we used during the last 2 days for the prize giveaways. But it's, as we've mentioned in many of the sessions, it really is something that kind of crystallizes the whole of the project. Should be a live document that you're viewing. It's not just a homework project. So many of you probably saw this as something that you would fill out and then, you're done and you move on and you build the project. And really the most successful projects that we see are the ones that it is a live document. They keep it open. Everyone on the team is using it. I've seen it, that it's a whiteboard that everyone is joining, moving Post-it notes around, and it's quite a dynamic thing. So Mike is Dimitro is gonna let us know on the iHub side, their winners and their choices. Hold on 1 second. But for Demium side, we're going to be looking at the canvases for our intake, that we're going to be doing, like I said, an incubation track and an acceleration track. We're going to let the 32 individuals that we select for the incubation track, you'll be emailed tomorrow, notified that you've been selected. And also the acceleration track, we're going to notify those 12 teams that they've been selected. And then on Tuesday evening, we have a dynamic that we'll let you know more about the DMEM program, what that is going to look like, what your involvement is. So look for that invitation for another session that we'll do 8 o'clock Tuesday evening to give you more details on the program. And of course, you can go to dmem.com if you don't know much about DMEM and hopefully do your homework on that. So with that as the setup, we still haven't been joined by Unit City, but Dimitro, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you discuss tell a little bit about what you're CEO of iHub, to talk a little bit about iHub, and then what you guys are offering.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you very much. For me, it's not so easy to speak in English, so sorry in the beginning. Yes, iHub, it's co-working with technical startups which want to be huge startups in our world. And now I saw Canva models from guys which was in Reboot Camp, and this model is very good. And for us, we find 2 startups which are very great for us, and from our side we want to present 2 startups our presence. This is 1 month in our co-working, and in this place we make a lot of events useful for startups, for CEO, for innovation, and also we provide a lot of different useful contacts which help to your teams be better than you are now. And for us, we find 2 projects. First of all, which we want to give our presence. It's Reach Me, Vlad Koval. This is first winner from our side. And the second one is Strum, Oleg and Sergey. We are open for you for next 1 month and 2 months also from very good discount. And when you want to come to co-working, you can contact me in Facebook or mail, and we will be open for you.
And just to be clear, Dimitro, you'll also send an email to them. You've got their emails, letting them know,
okay,
so that you've got that. All right. And then, is there anything happening at iHub that you want to mention?
We have also accelerator program with USF, and for the next this is one opportunity, and the second one, in next week we will make good events for our startups. It's Silicon Drinkabout, good, not how to say it, not typical or not it's easy events, not formal, yes, not formal event for all people which who interested in startups and IT. That's all I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like from Unit City, we're having an issue connecting with them, so we will present on that. The winners for the Amazon Web Services They are going to look through the list, and we are going to get a response from them tomorrow. So those winners, sorry to keep you in suspense for the 25,000 that'll be given for Amazon Web Services. They will be contacting you by email tomorrow, and we will probably announce those teams on LinkedIn and Facebook as well, I'm assuming. As far as from Unit City, they are need to make sure that I've got their info. One quick second, pause. All right, so sorry for the confusion, because originally we had announced that Unit City was going to be giving 3 teams, 3 months worth of co-working, plus 3 months of Unit City ecosystem and a private tutoring with Dominique, their CEO. Yet on the sheet, I have 5 teams, so I needed to confirm if they were actually giving away 5 prizes. Sorry for the delay there. And I do have a confirmation that yes, in fact, that is the plan. And I do apologize. I know I am going to slaughter some names here, but we will follow up with you by email. So Dimitro Nabuk, which is an incubation project. Unit City has selected you as one of their winners, an acceleration project. Konstantin Yevshenik, sorry again on that. You are a winner. We will follow up with you on email as well. Another incubation project, Vlad Manzubov. We also have Artem Bukinchenko, which is an acceleration project, and Anastasia Iskandarov, which is an incubation project. So as the facts that I have right now, all 5 of you have won from Unit City. Congratulations on that. And then we mentioned at the beginning that Home of Startups is going to be supplying a $3,000 prize to the winner of Demium's All-Start event, which again is going to be for the incubation program, October 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. For the acceleration program, you'll be joining on the 12th, 13th, and 14th. So it's only 3 days for that track. And Home of Startups will be selecting one winner from that event to give a $3,000 prize. And from that event, Demium will be selecting the individuals to join into our incubation program and the 6 teams that will be advancing in our acceleration program. Again, we'll be contacting those people that are selected to join tomorrow by email. Probably by 10 p.m. is our goal. And again, there is a dynamic at 8 o'clock on Tuesday night for those that get the invite to join. We'll tell you more about what the hackathon or what the All-Start Week is going to look like, the involvement in that, the process, how Demium works. We'll go into more details. So I want to thank you all very much. It's been 2 very intense days with a lot of information. I'm sure you're tired of seeing me, and you all have much better things to be doing on your Sunday night. So I want to thank you all very, very much for joining. I also have a very long list of people that I need to thank for their help and support. but I'm not going to do that here right now. We will do that through our LinkedIn. All of our partners that have helped us with this event, thank you all very much. And I need to thank my counterparts, Eugenia and Elena with our DNIUM team, also our tech team. Even though we've had some issues, they've done a great job at helping to resolve those. So to not delay this any further, thank you all very much. Hopefully you learned a lot from this and you can take that into your next program. Please reach out to us and let us know. And thank you for joining. Bye now.